welcome. This is your Popstar Plus for today. We appreciate your business. All right, coming up. We spoke with the cast of a very buzzy show. It's taking over TikTok. It's called The Summer I Turned Pretty, and the young and talented cast gave us the full scoop. And calling all Stranger Things fans. No spoilers, don't worry. But Sadie Sinks, who plays Max on Stranger Things, was in our building. And of course, we had to ask her everything that she could tell us about this 4th volume of the show. So we'll show you that. And later, we're continuing our love for the one and only Harrison Ford. We're going to go back to the 80s. For his 80th, a flashback to his Raiders of the Lost Ark days. That is still all to come, but first, here are today's Popstar headlines. Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, who also happens to be the Chief Impact Officer of the Better Up Company, is out with a new project called Transform with Mental Fitness. The film is created to drive awareness on how a mental fitness practice can be beneficial regardless of background or even profession. We've got an exclusive first look here. In the clip, you'll see Prince Harry sitting down with record-setting Olympian Chloe Kim to chat about a proactive approach to mental health.
How would you describe the relationship between the mind and the body when it comes to operating at peak performance?
It would be unrealistic for me to expect to go out there and, land an amazing run, learn a new trick if I wasn't feeling good mentally. And I can't expect myself to perform at my peak when I am doubting myself and I'm feeling negative emotions. If I'm not feeling good mentally, then it will jeopardize my physical health. And they go hand in hand. And so
Love to see those conversations happen. You can check out more of that when you head over to today.com. All right, next up, Lea Michele. Don't rain on her parade. The actress just landed the role of Fanny Brice in Broadway's Funny Girl, and it's a part 13 years in the making for her. We remember her take on Barbra Streisand's iconic character during her time in Glee, and of course, this number from the show's very first season.
Eye on the target and wham! One shot, one gunshot, and bam! Hey, Mr. Ornstein, here I am.
That's Savannah's favorite TV moment of all time.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So
Everyone should watch that today.
That's awesome.
They should do a duet. Can we do that? I would watch
except
that.
for I can't sing, but it's so awesome.
That's
She's gonna
awesome.
sing.
That's awesome.
Well, the casting news comes just one day after current Fanny Brice, Beanie Feldstein, announced that she would be departing from the show at the end of July, earlier than originally planned. Feldstein writing online that she had made the decision to leave the production. That decided to go in, quote, a different direction. As for the rest of the Funny Girl cast, there aren't any plans for a Glee reunion that we know of on stage. Michelle's former co-star Jane Lynch is set to wrap up her run as Miss Brice before she joins the cast in September.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Interesting.
Well, I guess she was Mrs.
she was
Brice.
Mrs.
Yes, Mrs. Brice,
But
yes.
then Lea Michelle's coming.
Will be in, yes,
Okay,
when
got it.
it's available. Next up, Tim McGraw. Even though he's been busy lately starring alongside Faith Hill in the Yellowstone prequel series, which is great, 1883, he's still finding some time to do new music. Tim told Country Music Countdown's Lon Helton he's already laid down 8 new songs. McGraw teasing his upcoming music, saying, "I'm always looking to beat what I did last time. I'm sure we're going to have something off the new album here, hopefully before too long. But when that actually might be, McGraw's not giving us any details."
Summer concert.
Yeah, we need him here. We need Tim
Come
McGraw
on, Tim.
here.
That'd be
We just need
amazing.
to debut some of that new music right on the couch.
That's right. You can sit here on the couch.
Yeah, we can play on the couch.
We could show him how to do it with the pillows.
With the pillow. Don't you feel better?
The pillow feels
Everybody's
better.
It does.
crazy.
He can have the couch. He can take it with him. Next up, Simone Biles. Even after taking home Olympic gold, World Championship medals, and a Presidential Medal of Freedom, it turns out that Simone's still able to blend in with a crowd. Biles recently releasing this picture to her Instagram story, captioning the post, "Not the flight attendant trying to give me a coloring book when I bored." Let's put that picture up. I said, "No, I'm good. I'm 25. That's right. Team USA superstar Simone Biles was mistaken for a child on that flight. Do you not have the picture?
Oh, we might have.
And now this screen grab is going viral. Folks on Twitter showing support by sharing their stories of being mistaken for a kid because of their height. 136-year-old writing, "Checking in at 5 feet tall. Within the last couple of years, I was offered the children's menu and crayons when I was out to dinner with my now wife and a friend. There you go. Great things.
Oh,
from a
funny.
small height.
That was funny. Yeah.
And that's the latest you need to know from today. Still coming up, we've got the buzz on a new show that everybody seems to be talking about. It's called The Summer I Turned Pretty. Stay tuned.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. If you are looking for a show that's full of romantic beach vibes, look no further than The Summer I Turned Pretty. We've had this one on our Swiftie radar because the trailer features Taylor's version of her 2014 track, This Love. So the new show is about a summer love triangle, and it's from creator and executive producer Jenny Han. Han and the young cast spoke to us about why the show and the books that they're based on resonate with so many people. Take a look.
My family spends every summer in Cousins Beach with my mom's best friend and her two sons, Conrad and Jeremiah.
The Summer I Turned Pretty is about a girl's coming of age. It's about her having one magical summer where a lot of dreams come true and also don't come true.
But this summer,
See you guys later.
it's different.
Damn, you look hot. Stop flirting with my sister.
I play Belly. She is a 15, almost 16-year-old girl who is entering sort of this new chapter of her life. I felt that I could relate to her a lot, being, a teenager myself and being 16 not too long ago and still sort of being in that period of so much change and really still figuring out like who I am and what my path looks like. So I really love being able to bring that to life in her shoes. Susanna told me she knew I was destined for one of her boys. I always hoped it would be Conrad, but then there was Jeremiah.
You're my best friend.
The love triangle is, it's really special. She has this incredible connection that is so different with these two boys, and they're such important parts of her life. She has such different love for each of them, but I think that was a lot of fun to explore and to sort of, figure out with Chris, who plays Conrad, and Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, and then with Jenny too, because, she's the one who wrote it. So everyone will have their own, opinion about who they favor. But I think when it comes down to it, it's all Belly's decision and what she truly feels in her heart.
What's special about the love triangle is that it's messy, is that it's young, it's passionate, and when things happen quickly, it leaves a lot of room for people to make mistakes, and a lot of room for people to try and cover up their mistakes with more mistakes, and just the snowball effect of things happening and the way that things affect each other and other people outside of the love triangle, and how the rest of the world affects them. And I think my favorite part of playing Conrad was just trying to figure him out, because he's sort of an enigma. And I had a long time from when I got cast to when we started filming, and it took me the whole time to really love him, which I do. But to be able to just find his ins and outs, what makes him tick, why he's so mean sometimes. It was fun as an actor, really fun.
Jeremiah is so special to me because he is that life of the party. He is that golden retriever, and he really does try to care for everyone that's in his life. And I think sometimes that's at his own peril, and I think that his insecurities and his lack of confidence and trying to find out who he is in life and in all of his relationships, I think was so much like fun, and it was just so special to explore that on film.
I play Steven, a handsome yet vain high achiever. He's real snarky, and he's an older brother with a lot of love. I think that's a big defining characteristic. He leads with his heart, and that's probably my favorite part of playing him. That no matter what the situation is, it always comes from here.
Yeah, we spent an absurd amount of time together. Sean and I lived across the street from each other, and we would just drive each other to work to spend more time with each other, to a point where we each got stuck at set a few times with no way home because the other person got cut early that day. But it was worth it because then we got to spend more time together. You know? Always worth it.
Boys might come and go, but a best friend is once in a lifetime.
I think that The Summer I Turned Pretty really celebrates friendship between two women, and how, you actively make the choice to choose each other again and again. With Laurel and Susanna in this beach house and the world that they've created for themselves and for their kids, it's a choice that they make because they go back there every summer, and they are each other's person. And then we get to see some friendship on the teen side with Belly and Taylor, and as you grow up, I think you realize in many ways you're very different people, and you think, if I met this person now, we might not be friends, but there is some connection between the two of you where you will always really value and treasure that person because they've known you before you were you. And I think, so it's sort of different aspects of friendship. Cousins is inspired by a lot of different beaches. I would say Cape Cod is probably the main one in my head because I was spending a lot of time in Cape Cod when I was writing the books, but I also spent time on Martha's Vineyard and the Hamptons and the Nags Head, which is in North Carolina. So I think I borrowed something from all of those beaches, and I think it's why these books have really resonated with people all over, because everybody has a beach where they're from or that they've been to as a kid. So people in Sweden or in Vietnam, can kind of imagine their own beach.
There's something in the show for everyone. I think that there's a relationship between the parents, between the guys, between the girls, the guys and girls, and I think there's so much to explore for everybody.
Well, guess what? You're in luck. We've got more with the show's rising star, Lola Tung. She spoke to Heda and Michelle Collins about taking on her first series role.
Everywhere I turn, people are talking about the hit Prime Video show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. We cannot wait to catch up with its breakout star, Lola Tung.
Okay, Lola plays Isabel, a teenager navigating a drama-filled summer with childhood crushes, beach bonfires, and the occasional dip in the pool. Take a look.
1, 2, 3. How's the water?
Guys, I hurt my ankle. Come on.
Yes.
Good to go, girl. Lola, hi! We should point out, before we get started, this is your very first acting role. And is this your very first television appearance?
It is, yes.
Wait, what?
Wow. Very excited to be
How do
here.
you feel in this moment that you're in?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm thrilled.
How
I'm excited
happy are
to be
you that I'm here?
It's really the question. You must be over the moon. That's great.
Well, Lola, we're so excited for you. So every now and then, a moment happens in your life. You're busy going to college, doing your thing. And all of a sudden, in a minute, your life changes. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I was in my second semester of my first year of college at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, and I had just started working with my manager, and she sent me this audition and was like, I think, you'd be really right for it. And I sent in tapes, but I, was very focused on school and my
What were you
education.
studying?
I was studying acting.
Acting. Okay, good.
But yeah, I was very focused on school, and I sent in these tapes, and then I heard that they wanted me to test for the role and to read for the role, and I was like, oh my God, this could, really be something possibly.
Change your life, I feel.
Yeah.
How jealous were your freshman classmates that you got an Amazon show? I have to imagine they were furious.
Everyone was so supportive and so wonderful. Yeah.
I watched the show.
Yeah, tell me.
I have to say, it made me feel young. I felt like I was in camp, like it was like high school summer. I mean, I want to ask, shooting it.
Yeah.
Had to do, feel as fun shooting it as it felt to watch it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And everyone in the cast is amazing and wonderful, and we had the best time on and off set.
Well, by the way, it's two hunky guys are fighting over you. That's kind of a cool role to be in.
Yeah.
Tell me about that part.
Yeah, I mean, both Chris, who plays Conrad, and Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, are wonderful people and so easy to work with and so much fun to just be around. So I feel very lucky that we had such a wonderful friendship, and it worked out great. I think.
And you think everyone would want to date on the show after?
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, really fun.
Yeah,
right?
well, sometimes it can get, but
That's
we're.
what I want to know about. See, that's why you're so good. What happened backstage, behind the scenes?
We all just hung out together, and we really, I made some incredibly close friends who I think I'll be close with for a really long time.
I was just imagining what your folks might say or think. Your mom is here. She's actually in the building. She's downstairs. What does she think of this turn of events? And were they all for you leaving college and taking this role?
Yeah, both of my parents and really my whole family has just been so supportive throughout the entire thing, and they know that I love it and that I'm passionate about acting and about the show, and so they were incredibly supportive. And
by the way, this show, which I've never heard of this happening, got a second season pickup before it even aired.
How was that possible?
I mean, I don't get it.
Jenny Han's incredible. Writer, showrunner, creator. She's amazing. And
so you're in acting school and you're learning all the things that actors need to know, and then you get tapped in the middle of acting school to actually go act. You have to memorize the lines. And I don't know, do you have a photographic memory? How do you remember lines?
I mean, I think it's just a matter of running through them, and we usually get new sides, sides every morning, and you kind of work on those in the morning.
Do you have a technique that you use?
I feel like not really. Nothing's Yes. I do like to juggle to help me memorize.
Okay, so tell me how that works in your brain. So you are juggling and...
I don't know if it's just the repetition of it that sort of helps it.
Show me, how do you do it?
Oh, gosh, okay.
That's okay.
Oh, now I'm nervous.
I know, there's no pressure.
Okay, this is amazing.
You're very, very good.
I
can't believe it.
Lights. No, but yeah.
So you're thinking of the lines as you're doing it?
Yeah, usually I'm kind of just in my trailer, just going over the lines, and I don't know, maybe it's just
Do people watch you when you do it, or are you
Not
private?
usually. It's
I
kind
would
of
think
just
private.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. By the way, this is such a fun moment in your career, and we feel so lucky that we got to have your very first television interview.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're so proud of you.
It's
Congratulations
on it. Very likable. You watch her, you like her.
Well, that was cool. We appreciate hearing from Lola. We should mention the Summer I Turned Pretty is available on Prime Video. All right, speaking of buzzy shows, Stranger Things star Sadie Sink brings us into the Upside Down. Next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Sadie Sink has returned as Max Mayfield in the hit show Stranger Things, and she gave Heda and Justin Sylvester a recap on what it was like to bring these dark episodes to life.
As soon as the final 2 episodes of Stranger Things Season 4 dropped, Netflix crashed and caused a whole bunch of havoc for diehard fans.
I had to call in a favor to watch it. And this just in, the latest season of the hit series just hit a major milestone, topping 1 billion hours of viewing.
Okay, well, front and center is this season is Max. It's played by the very talented Sadie Sink. Max is being targeted by the evil
Vecna.
Oh, yes. So she has to come up with a plan to keep him from taking over her mind. Let's take a look.
I just need to push him away, find a happy memory, and hide there. Hide in the light.
You got a memory in mind?
Yeah. It was a time when I was happiest.
I mean...
Okay, first of all, Sadie, hi.
Hi.
Secondly, Justin's mad at you because he missed part of his vacation in Mexico because he was watching your show.
Watching your show.
I told you sorry before. I'm still sorry. I'm sorry.
But you were shocked because you didn't know about the 1 billion views.
No, I just found out this morning that Netflix crashed, apparently.
Yeah, it crashed.
No one told me. That's wild.
Now, what I love about you is not only are you a star of the show, but you are like an avid viewer of the show. You enjoy it just like the rest.
Yeah, because, I mean, my character didn't come on until season 2, so I watched season 1 in like a day and was a huge fan. So even though I know what happens in the show, I still watch it. I'm like so excited to watch it every year.
It's so crazy because there's a lot of Emmy buzz around this show, but Winona Ryder has been praising your acting skills. She called you a young Meryl Streep.
We hate to say it, but we gotta say it.
I know, that's too big of a comparison to make, I think, but I mean, Winona's incredible, and she's so amazing to work with and to have as kind of like a role model for us kids. So to hear her like supporting us in the show in that way, that means a lot.
Oh my, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Like you are.
I had to think about. I'm 20.
What I love? You come from a family of how many siblings do you have?
I'm one of 5 kids.
Of 5.
Yeah.
And another one of your siblings is an actor as
yes.
well. What do your parents think, or when they watch you? What is that like for them to see you blossom?
I mean, it was always me and my brother Mitchell. Like we were just kind of like the weird kids who would like make our family like, you know, sit down and watch our like 10-minute long productions that we'd like choreograph and direct together. But then it actually, I think we just took it a little too far or something. But like our parents are incredibly supportive, our whole family really. And I think it, you know, me going through it with my brother really helped. It was because it was like the two of us together.
For sure.
So, yeah.
But how do you guys, because I know a lot of siblings who are in the entertainment business, they get a little competitive. And they get a little jealous. How do you guys just stay grounded and stay in that team mentality?
I don't think there's never been any competitiveness between us at all. We're very supportive of each other. So yeah, he's my best friend in the world. So.
Oh. Okay, can we talk about Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Okay, you adore her. She chose you to be in her video. That's incredible. How did you get the phone call, and tell us about that moment?
Well, I didn't think it was real at first. I guess she was a fan of the show and then had me in mind for the All Too Well video, and so she reached out, and I was like, of course I'll do it.
And what was it like hanging out with her?
Did you get invited to the 4th of July party?
I've heard about these 4th of July parties. She's such a grounded, genuine person. So to have someone like that I can look up to, like,
what's your go-to Taylor song that you love?
Ooh, Right now it's August.
Yeah, that's a great.
That's a good one.
Great song.
That is a good one. But I want to know, because that's a good question. But in the show,
Yeah.
when you go to when Vecna comes for you,
Yeah.
you have to play this song.
Yes.
"Running Up the Hill" by Kate Bush is like the jam. But if you had to choose one song
Yeah.
to get out of that nightmare, which one would you choose? Because mine would be "Push It" by Salt and Pepper. Okay?
That's good.
I can remember a lot of people with "Push It" going on.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying August. Also, this is Instant Crush by Daft Punk would be a good one for me.
Daft Punk is a good one.
What's yours?
What would I do? I would probably do. Jeez.
Bad Girls. Talking about bad girl, talking about bad. You were like, I don't even know what that is.
By the way, you're incredible.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations on all of your success. We're so happy for you.
Thank you so much.
So beautiful.
What an impressive young lady, and what a popular show. So thanks, Sadie. We should mention that you can find Volume 4 of Stranger Things on Netflix, but something tells me you already knew that. Coming up, we've got a glimpse of Harrison Ford during his Raiders of the Lost Ark days that you're going to not want to miss.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Harrison Ford is unmistakable as Indiana Jones ahead of his milestone 80th birthday. We thought we'd take a little look back here at him discussing Raiders of the Lost Ark, his first film where he stars as the adventuring archaeologist. And he did this right here on Today back in 1981. Take a look.
A great deal of it comes from the actor, or from me in this case. And it doesn't always happen that way unless there's the right atmosphere, and unless the director wants that input. The actor's capable of giving it, and the circumstances are correct for them to work together. And in this case, that was certainly true. It was a very collaborative feeling between Stephen and I.
Harrison is contributing so much to the writing of the script, to the story, to just the general feeling of the film. He probably, I'm not going to get too superlative here because I work with some incredibly inventive actors, but he's one of the most inventive actors I've ever worked with, who deals on a level that is so human and so identifiable. His ideas are all of our ideas.
There's great precedent for reinventing things in the movie business. And as much as they are based on, at least in these guys' minds, on certain efforts from the past, they themselves have made something totally new.
God, it's really cool to see that all these years later. Happy early birthday to you, Mr. Ford. All right, another Pop Star Plus for you. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you again tomorrow. So long.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Dovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day Today Bestsellers.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And today we are all about bestsellers. We did our homework and found best-selling and cult favorite products in fashion, hair, beauty, even a must-have for your furry friend. Yeah, we can't forget about them. So get ready to take notes, or we've actually made it easy for you. See that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. Get ready, everyone. This is the Amazon coat, the cult favorite, the #1 bestseller, the viral sensation that shoppers cannot get enough of. So it's from Orale, and I have to tell you that this coat is as warm and cozy as it looks. But what I think shoppers love so much about it is its fashion and function. Yes, it's 100% down, and the brand says it is water resistant, it is even wind resistant, but it is also really, really stylish. To me, it looks like a designer jacket for a fraction of the price. And I think shoppers really respond to it's really modern style. So it's got 6 big functional pockets, but it kind of gives it that cargo look. Plus, it's got that very on-trend oversized silhouette. It's boxy, it's modern looking, and it hits at a really, really flattering part on the leg. So it gives you a little bit more coverage so you can run around town in your leggings. And check out the interior. I just love this orange contrast. And the hood, it's this plush Sherpa fabric. And it comes in lots of different styles, lots of different colors. And I have to tell you, every time I walk down the street, I see these. It is just that popular. Next up, how about a best-selling jogger with over 82,000 ratings? These are the Track Cuff joggers by Leggings Depot, and shoppers say they can't get enough of these must-haves. First of all, they're a really flattering silhouette. They're sort of a hybrid between a legging and a slim cut jogger, and they're made out of this buttery soft material that the brand says actually happens to be moisture wicking, so it gives them lots of versatility. You can wear them while you're lounging around at home, or you can wear them in the gym. Also, they've got pockets. Who doesn't love pockets? You've got 2 on the sides, and then there's a little hidden pocket in the back. Great to put in a credit card or your key. And they come in so many different colors and patterns. So it is no wonder that these are such a mega bestseller. Moving on to the #1 best-selling flat on Amazon. These are the Amazon Essentials Women's Belize Ballet Flats. And these flats have over 37,000 ratings. That's a lot of passion for a ballet flat. But I totally get it. I'm passionate about my ballet flats. Why? Because whenever I wear them, I feel so pulled together. They are a classic. They have been a huge trend since 1940, and they're not going anywhere. And there are lots of iconic ballet flats out there that are a really high price point. So when I find a great looking ballet flat for an incredible price, I'm sorry, I get really excited. And these are a great price and a great style. They have a wonderful, flexible rubber sole, and that's one thing that you don't always see on a ballet flat. Sometimes the soles are really thin and made out of leather. So I love that with these, you get a little shock absorption, and the footbed is really soft and plush. And these come in so many different styles and colors. Here we've got the black patent leather, which is a never go wrong. It's gonna go with everything in your closet. And I love the metallic gold. They've also got leopard print. They've also got suede-like finishes. They have such a great selection. Next, this item is not only one of the best-selling bags on Amazon, it's also a personal fave. So this is the green-walled crossbody bag by Aldo. And I have to tell you, I love anything crossbody. I wear my crossbody bag every single day. Why? Because I love being hands-free, and also it actually adds a little jazz. It acts as an accessory when I wear it. So I can be running around town in leggings, I'm wearing my crossbody, and I look pretty stylish. But let me tell you what I like so much about this bag. First of all, it's got two of the biggest accessory trends we're seeing out there this season, and that is the quilting detail and the chains. And with quilting, I love that this has this modern quilting, this sort of angular geometric style, which I think is really chic. Also, the chains. I love a chain. I mean, look how stylish that is. And in my opinion, the size is really perfect. It's about 12 by 7 inches. So it fits your essentials without being bulky. And it comes in some really great colors and even patterns, and these classics, the bright red, the patent leather again, and this wonderful neutral. They even have some great faux snake patterns. Now onto some mega best-selling beauty. This shampoo brush and scalp massager from Heda has over 105,000 ratings and is a top seller on Amazon. So what I think is so exciting about this massage brush is that you can use it in 3 different ways. You can use it in the shower to help give your hair a great shampoo, and you can also use it as a scalp massager. You don't even have to be in the shower. And I also think that this is a great brush to use as a detangler once you get out of the shower. Next, we have a rinse out hair product called the 8-Second Wonder Water from L'Oreal that Shop Today editors are loving, and they're not alone. This is a really popular product, and what it does is you put it in your hair after the shampoo, you rinse it out, and the brand says it helps to give your hair shine, and helps to smooth your hair, and helps to give it a little bit more body. And last but not least, let's talk mascaras. This is the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara, and it is a beauty fan fave. The brand says that it's infused with bamboo extract and fibers, so it helps to give you, more voluminous lashes, and the brand says that it doesn't get flaky or smudge. Also, here's something I really like about it. Check out the mascara wand. It's called the Flex Tower Wand, and that really helps you get in there with those tiny little lashes that can sometimes be hard to reach. And lastly, waterproof, right? Sometimes waterproof mascaras can feel hard and heavy. This mascara is also infused with rosehip oil, according to the brand. And what's so great about that is it helps make your lashes feel a little bit lighter, which I think shoppers really appreciate in a waterproof mascara. And the price is right. Let's run through our products one more time. We've got the Amazon Orlay Thickened Down Jacket, the Cuff Joggers, the Ballet Flats, the Aldo Greenwald Crossbody Bag, the Shampoo Brush and Scalp Massager, 8-Second Wonder Water, and the Maybelline Sky High Waterproof Mascara. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Plus, this episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. That's it for Style Finder. You won't want to go away. We have Grammy award-winning artist and entrepreneur and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, with more of her favorite bestsellers. I wonder what made her list. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester, who's this? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi there. Welcome back. I'm Mcgraw, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Today's show is all about our favorite best-selling products, and we turn to Grammy Award-winning artist, entrepreneur, and Real Housewife of Atlanta, Kandi Burruss, to ask her what made her list. Oh, Kandi Burruss, I am so excited to chat with you. How are you today?
I am great. How are you?
I am doing great. Are you coming to us from Atlanta right now?
Yes, I am in Atlanta at my office, and then I'm just happy to be talking to you.
Oh, listen, I am super excited that you're here. Kandi, we followed your journey over the years as a singer, an entrepreneur, a reality star. I mean, there's so many different hats that you wear. I'm curious to know, what does success mean to you right now? What does it look like to you?
That's kind of crazy that you asked that question, because I don't really think there's like one thing that I would say, but I think success is when you can also build up everyone around you, build up your community, build up your friends. When you can look back and say, not only did I get myself to a certain level of accomplishing my dreams and stuff, but it's when you help other people, to be able to accomplish their dreams as well. That's when you know you really made an impact.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about some of your iconic songs, right? I mean, there's so many hits. It would take me the whole hour to just name them. But if we were to put a song title over the course of your life right now, or the phase of life that you're in right now, what would it be?
Oh, okay. If I have to go by one of the songs that I've written for someone else, I would say So Good. And I feel like that song, it makes me feel good. But the whole point of it is saying, I'm doing so good. It's like, for anybody who doubted you, anybody who hated on you or whatever, it's like, it's good because I'm doing so good. So hate all you want, look at me now.
I love that. And that song is such a classic. That's my workout song. It gets me super excited. It just gets me in the right zone. So you brought some items here, some bestsellers, some top sellers. Let's start with the first one. Are you actually wearing the two-piece?
Yes.
I love it.
So the reason why, I know this isn't what I would normally wear on the Today Show, but I just wanted to show you something that was just very comfortable, cool, Sometimes what I find is because I'm always doing like interviews or this or that. Like normally I have a lot of dressy clothes, but I don't have a lot of lounge wear. I don't have a lot of chill outfits. So I just found a couple of, cool chill outfits that I could just leave the house, have a good day in. And yeah, I wanted to share this one with you because, tie-dye is in, everybody loves tie-dye or whatever. And this one is comfortable. So yeah.
I love that. First of all, the color looks great on you. And I'm curious to know, you love casual outfits. What does Todd, your husband, like on you? Does he like the more glam kind of candy? Or does he likes the casual, I'm wearing my drop outfit?
Yes, it's funny you asked that because a friend of mine just, asked that question to him the other day. It was like, what is it that you like to see Candy in? And he was like, honestly, I like when she wears sneakers and jeans. And he's like, I just like when she's chill, Because, I guess because we do over the top a lot, taping most of the year. It's always, how housewives, we got to be done up, girl, done up all the time. So I think he appreciates it more when it's just chill and relaxed.
And you do it so well. Okay, let's move on to the next item that you have. These crayons are so cool. They're made of beeswax?
Yes. So it's called All of Us Skin Tone Beeswax Crayons, okay? But the thing that I find so cool is like any skin tone you can find. I don't know if you realize it, but a lot of times when you get your crayon box as a kid, I don't know about everybody, a lot of us, we can't find that perfect color that represents our skin tone. And so the woman who created this, she found for her child, it inspired her to make crayons that represented every skin tone. So all of us, that's what it's all about.
That's so beautiful. Listen, representation matters, and it's fun where you can make it educational and entertainment at the same time. Speaking of that, this book, Hair Love, I'm obsessed with, right? I know, it's so good.
Yes, my son is Ace and my daughter's Blaze. So we definitely read together. This one right here is a good one. They won an award for this, okay? So it's not just us that's recognizing it, the world is recognizing how great this book really is. I think it's amazing. The illustration is amazing. The story is amazing. It talks about hair. So many people, once again, when it comes to people of color, in our hair types, honey, some people are just, interested in what is our hair doing? And so it was cool for this book to be able to explain that, telling the story of a father and his daughter. So I love this book.
And by the way, it's narrated by Blue Ivy as well. So whether you get the audio or you get the physical book, this is absolutely great. Speaking of narration, let's talk about sound. These Bose speakers are fantastic. Tell me about them.
Okay. Now, I'm into music, so I'm a music girl, and I travel a lot. You can use this at home or you can travel with it. But the cool thing about it, you can, be out at the beach. We love taking this with us, me and Todd, when we go travel. I actually bought this in multiple colors. I know it sounds crazy, but something like this, for some reason, I end up like my kids take them from me and whatever. So it's like, I had a blue one, I had an orange one. Ask me where any of them are. The only one I have left is this black one, okay?
Oh.
I love it. I think more so because the sound quality is amazing.
Which is so great. Listen, they're small, but they're mighty. Like, they pack a lot of sound, and that's what we love about Bose. Last but not least, let's talk about this water pick. A lot of people weren't able to get to the dentist this past year, obviously, so this is a great pick. Tell me about it.
So I got put on to the water pick. It kind of pressure washes your teeth. That's kind of like a simple way to try to put it, but it gets all into the crevices and the creases and the cracks and make sure that it gets out all of the stuff that you may not be able to reach. It's electric. I love electric toothbrushes, the water pick. I love all of that. So it is amazing. You would be amazed at what it will get out of your gums if you try it. Like, hands down, I promise you, it is bomb. I mean, I guess it kind of feels like if you went to the dentist and let them, you know, do the deep cleaning on your teeth, it kind of feels like that, but you get to do it at home.
And you get to do it every day, and it's like flossing. I mean, but it really just cleans out your teeth. My sister has one, and she has been telling me about it, so I'm so excited that you included it here. Okay, Candy, we're gonna wrap here. Thank you for sharing your picks. This was so great chatting with you, and we'll see you really soon.
Thank you. It's great to talk to you, and hopefully I will see you very soon.
Absolutely. Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Drop Women's Fleece Sweatpant and Sweatshirt, the Natural Beeswax Skin Tone Crayons for Coloring, the Hair Love Book, the Bose SoundLink Color 2 Portable Bluetooth Wireless Speaker, and the Waterpik Sonic Infusions 2.0. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, Adriana Brock continues with more top sellers, including a launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors. Do you use one? You don't know what it is? Stay tuned.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and we've been having so much fun showing you products today that all of our viewers can't get enough of. And we're not done yet. I have more must-have items that happen to be bestsellers. And if you have a furry friend like I do, well, I have a popular product for them too. And remember, see that QR code at the bottom of your screen? You could scan the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all of the products we're sharing with you today. All right, so let's get started. This first one is a long sleeve turtleneck top that makes a great wardrobe staple. And it's also loved by so many editors on the Shop Today team. It combines the classic look of a turtleneck with the comfort of an oversized silhouette, which makes it a winter must-have. We really love this sweater because it comes in a wide range of sizes and colors, and you can easily style it with anything in your closet, from your favorite pair of leggings for a casual look or a pair of jeans and boots for something a little bit more elevated. Today.com readers really love this style, but they're not alone. It actually has over 22,000 reviews on Amazon. And this next product is also a winter essential because you're gonna need this in your beauty routine. It is a brand new launch from the brand behind one of the most popular facial razors that our editors love. And it is so cool because Chic Hydro is a dermaplaning tool, and it's a wand that helps improve the look and feel of your skin by gently sweeping away dull skin and peach fuzz. This tool also has a really cool ergonomic design, so when you're using it, it's really easy and it has a smooth edge, so it's gonna glide through skin. And one of the bonus parts about this is it comes with a few refills. So it's definitely one of those beauty products you didn't know you needed. This product is really great. And another beauty basic everyone should be using this winter is a hydrating serum from Cerave. This is a tried and true brand that the Shop Today team and Today.com readers really love. It's super affordable, and it's packed with hyaluronic acid, which is an ingredient a lot of dermatologists recommend to replenish skin's hydration. So think of a serum as a concentrated version of a face cream, and you put the two together, you're gonna get this incredible hydrating serum that's perfect for dried out winter skin. The Shop Today editors really love this little bottle and say it packs a punch. One of our editors on the team actually joked that it's kind of like a drink of water for your skin, and I say, what more could you ask for? Okay, and moving on to home, we have these really cool pantry organizers. So I love a product that does more than one thing, and this is it. So this is a great product to organize everything from a jam-packed refrigerator to all the kids' snacks. You keep the produce in one place, and even your beauty products. So really versatile. What I love about them too is that you could stack them together in a nested style, so when you're not using them, they don't take a bunch of space up, but you can also stack them on top of each other when they are in use. You can also use these to organize the pantry, under the sink in the kitchen, or the bathroom. Either way, it's a really versatile piece that you're gonna use all over the house. And because they're clear, you're gonna see everything. You don't have to go digging around looking for stuff. Super easy. Plus, you can't beat the value. These also come in a pack of 8, 2 different sizes. This product is really great. And this next product is a Shop Today editor favorite that makes meal prepping so easy. It has 2 compartments. The first one up top stores about 1.5 cups of food in it, and then the one below stores 2 cups. And it also comes with cutlery, which is really great. And they're stackable, so they're not gonna take up a bunch of space. So you can still pack your full lunch in here. Another hack that I really like with this is you can get one different color for everybody in the family and assign everyone a different color so that they know that their lunch is ready to go. And if you love enjoying a glass of white wine or rosé, this cool tool is for you. The Wine Chiller Stick is a really quick and easy way to chill your favorite bottle when it's at room temperature. All you have to do is pour out 1 glass, and then you stick the tube in, and it's super easy to use. So all you have to do is stick it in the freezer like you're making a tray of ice, and then you get out your favorite bottle of wine, you pour out a glass, and then you put it in this chiller. It's super easy to use, and in just a few minutes, it's gonna cool your bottle and keep it that way. The design also has a rubber stopper, so you don't have to worry about drips or spills when you're done. All you have to do is wash it, put it in the freezer to store it until next time. And we can't forget about our furry friends. This cozy bed will keep them nice and comfortable. My dog Rocco really loves this bed, and so does my producer's dog Rosie. And we are not alone. This donut dog bed has over 53,000 human reviews. It's super popular on Instagram. It has a round, really cool design, and it's super fuzzy and shaggy to really keep them cozy and warm. And it also has a raised rim, so that's gonna give them the neck support that they need for their little heads. It also comes in a bunch of different sizes, so cats and dogs of all sizes can really enjoy this cozy bed. So let's run through the products one more time. We have the long sleeve turtleneck, the Chic Hydro Silk Dermaplaning Wand, the Cerave Hydrating Face Serum, the Pantry Organizers, the Bent Go Stackable Bento Lunchbox, the Wine Chiller Cooling Stick, and the Calming Donut Dog Bed. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on Editor's Picks and our show today. This episode solely features products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today. It's been fun showing all of our favorite top sellers. Tune in next week for another episode of Shop All Day.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pecan Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pecan Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great-uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years. They give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pecan Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pecan Noodle Parlor remains open.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Jerry Tam runs the Pecan Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pecan's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day. And they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pecan Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese-American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pecan? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, My parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
Dining out is an essential part of life, right? What more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, But the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusiony and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to play this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
A new study out first on Today shows a surprising trend in the way Americans are thinking about weight loss. Getting healthier is the prime motivation. The Mayo Clinic diet study found that 83% surveyed wanted to lose weight for their health, with 5 times those surveyed reporting it wasn't about their looks. Researchers say this is a seismic shift from the past where appearance was a key motivator.
We think there may be a new movement on focusing on improving health.
The study found that being intrinsically motivated, as in doing it for yourself as opposed to pleasing others or meeting society's expectations, is key. And women seem to stick to it better than men, with 67% of the most motivated weight loss participants in the study being women. Becky Hubbard says she was ready for a change. Married right before the pandemic hit, now she and her husband are thinking about having kids. But Becky wanted to feel her best and to be healthy before they began that journey.
Well, I've always struggled with my weight off and on throughout life. And what made this time different is that JK and I would really like to start a family.
And she's not alone. Authors of the study say this follows a global trend of people focusing more on health and wellness following the pandemic. The way we exercise has also changed because of the pandemic. With the rise of virtual workouts, gyms are now offering hybrid classes, with some online and some in person, in order to meet members where they are. Quicker workouts, even 10 minutes at a time, and home gym equipment have also made it easier to squeeze in exercise. Becky has changed her portion sizers, now gets lots of exercise hiking, and most of all, changed her focus to being healthy. She's lost more than 40 pounds and is seeing multiple benefits.
I knew that the improvements with the health would come with weight loss. I'm already starting to see some things like my resting heart rate has improved. My cholesterol levels have already improved. So long-term health improvements.
Experts say it's these lifestyle changes and intrinsic motivation that could help keep the weight off. Guys?
All right, and thank you. We want to turn to Dr. Natalie Azar, our NBC News medical contributor, for more. Dr. Azar, what hit you about this study?
Well, you know, I think the statistics sort of speak for themselves. 55% of Americans have tried 6 or more diets in their lifetime. And we know historically that people have a really difficult time sticking with diets. So this was so interesting because the survey really shows that people are looking for these more like foundational, sustainable changes. Because if your goal is to be healthy inside, right, and to feel happy and to accept yourself, then the rest probably comes naturally, but it's not all about just how you look in an Instagram post.
Do you think, I wonder when they called people up, because these things are tricky, right?
Yes.
You might say that because you think, well, maybe that's what they want to hear.
Well, you know what? I was saying this to Tom in the green room. I was like, there's a few places where I think you need to be honest. You need to be honest with your psychiatrist and honest with your doctors. And I think you can be honest on a survey that's technically anonymous. I mean, they did survey over 200,000 people, but yes, it is true that, sometimes we sort of say a little sarcastically that some people will sort of inflate their answers a bit.
Well, right, because people continue to care about their physical appearance. But let's talk about, I mean, you kind of mentioned it. If someone is motivated by something positive, like I'd like to be healthy, I'd like to look good, as opposed to some beat down, I wish I didn't look like X.
Exactly.
That's going to be more sustainable.
Right, and what was interesting about the survey is that it actually was a psychological survey. And the 3 main factors that they were looking at is how you see yourself, where you are in your state of change. So for example, if you have a lot of weight to lose, you were sort of earlier on in the process in the mindset, and also your degree of motivation. But here's what's interesting, right, Hoda, we talked about it, that you would think that you need to be so highly motivated to lose this weight, and they found that people were anywhere on the spectrum of motivation actually lost an equal amount of weight, which by the way was 5% of their body weight at 12 weeks, which is quite a lot. But the whole point of this was, again, not just to sort of start engaging in these behaviors to get to that point on a scale or to fit into those size whatever jeans, but it was really more about, oh, look at my resting heart heart rate, maybe my blood sugar's better. And again, if you're feeling healthier inside and you are healthier inside, there's going to be that external, extrinsic
virtuous cycle. All right, Dr. Azar, thank you. If you want to hear more tips, get some information, you can go to our website today.com.
A new study this morning pointing to a potentially game-changing drug that may help some people lose weight. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is with us with what we need to know. This sounds pretty amazing.
Pretty astonishing results. The drug is called Terzepatite, right? It's a diabetes drug. The FDA had approved it for diabetes, but now this study shows those who are obese but not diabetic had profound weight loss, like 35 to 52 pounds.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say, you guys, that the experts who have responded to this study have done so with incredible enthusiasm. And it's so important and so relevant. The majority of Americans are either overweight or obese, and the numbers really are striking. I think we have a graphic for our viewers up here. There were 3 different doses of the medicine that was given. The 15 milligram dose, people lost on average about 52 pounds. At 10 milligrams, they lost 49 pounds. And at 5 milligrams, they lost 35 pounds over a 72-week period. That's almost a year and a half. These results, guys, are comparable to what we see in people who have gastric bypass.
Wow.
So bariatric surgery, and higher than the numbers that we have seen with some other drugs that are currently available on the market to treat obesity.
How does the drug work?
So it works. The drug actually exerts an effect on two really, really important hormones that have an effect in multiple different organs. The pancreas, it increases the release of insulin, so it can drop your blood sugar. And it also has an effect in the gut and in the brain. And you know that important gut-brain connection? So it actually helps suppress your appetite. It tells you that you're full more quickly, so you eat less, and it also slows how fast your stomach is emptying, so you feel full faster.
Okay, so what if you have a big event coming up when you want to drop a few pounds? Is this something that you should line up for? Is it even available for people just for weight loss?
Right, Heda. So it has not yet been approved. The drug company is hoping to get an expedited approval this year. It is, as Savannah mentioned, approved to treat type 2 diabetes. But it's not ever going to just be a substitute for diet and exercise. And by the way, it's going to be expensive in all likelihood. You know, the drug approval for diabetes, it's around $1,000 a month. So it's going to be an adjunct.
And you have to stay on it to have it keep working.
Hugely important point. But it's important, right? We need this tool in the toolbox. There is vastly disproportionately less treatment for obesity as a chronic disease than other chronic diseases.
Side effects?
Very well tolerated GI, mostly nausea, vomiting. A lot of patients had to take an anti-nausea pill the day after, but seemingly well tolerated.
Dr. Natalie.
Thanks, Dr. Azar.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
It's the weight loss mantra that doctors have been touting for decades. Eat less, move more, and those extra pounds will disappear. Advice that 42-year-old Jennifer Haynes says she tried to follow.
Did anything ever click or work?
Not really. Every time I'd do it, I couldn't stick with it.
How did the weight gain affect you physically?
Physically, I was very tired.
was very depressed.
A brand new report by a group of obesity doctors and scientists finds that telling people to eat less could actually be causing more harm than good, and that restricting calories not only causes people to be more hungry, but also slows down metabolism.
The body fights back against calorie restriction.
Harvard pediatrician and endocrinologist Dr. David Ludwig is the report's lead author. He and his colleagues are suggesting a whole new approach called the carbohydrate insulin model. The idea is simple. If overeating isn't fueling obesity, stop counting calories and just cut carbohydrates to control your insulin levels.
Too much insulin, fat cells get programmed to hoard calories so that there aren't too many calories in the bloodstream, there are too few. And that's why we get hungry.
Now, more research is finding that low-carb diets are not only effective, they're sustainable. Something Jennifer found out firsthand when she signed up for a low-carb study at Ohio State University in 2019. Led by researcher Jeff Volek, who has been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. He put Jennifer on a diet that contained 37 grams of carbs a day and had high protein and healthy fats like avocados and nuts. After just 6 weeks, Jennifer lost 20 pounds.
So this is just 6 weeks later, and all this white fat has been reduced from what we see.
Yes, and this is the type of fat you really want to target.
And kept going.
3 years later, how much weight have you lost in total?
All in total, about 88 pounds.
You lost 88 pounds.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a big deal.
Yes, it's
like a huge deal.
Yeah.
Jennifer says the diet wasn't easy at first. She was forced to cut out her favorite foods like pasta and potatoes, but seeing results was all the motivation she needed.
So once you get used to it and your kids get used to it, it's way easier because you can do it all as a family.
And she's not alone. Volek studies have found that people on low-carb diets can lose more than 10% of their body weight and keep it off.
What actually happens to the body when you're on a low-carb diet?
When you limit carbohydrates, the body gets really good at burning its own body fat because it doesn't have a lot of sugar to burn for fuel.
Something that Jennifer says has been a game changer.
I feel great. It's easier for me to get up. It's easier for me to go to sleep. I feel a lot more comfortable with myself.
So one of the most interesting things about this new approach is that it also eliminates some of the stigma surrounding obesity, which is typically treated as a behavioral problem. But doctors often assume that people are overweight because they simply eat too much. But instead, it actually takes the blame away from the patient and looks at obesity as a biological problem, really focusing on regulating the hormone insulin. And that, they say, is what it's all about.
But besides just, dropping the weight, I mean, are there other benefits here?
Tons of other benefits. In fact, that researcher, Jeff Volek, that we just spoke to, he's been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. And what's fascinating is that now they're doing new studies to figure out what else it's really affecting. They're looking at different types of cancers and even just your mental health. And the studies so far are really promising.
But low carb has been around for a long time. I
Yeah.
guess you never really knew that the science
You look
kind
at
of
the Pecan
backed
diet,
it up.
things like that, the Atkins diet.
Al and I did keto for a while.
Yeah.
Remember we were on that phase, but this is low carb, not
no
no
carb.
carb.
It's also interesting you pointed out she didn't exercise at all.
She did not exercise at all. She said she did not lift a finger. She didn't do anything differently. And keto, for example, is a more extreme form of this type of low carb. But again, it's, as Savannah said, it's low carb, but you can have a few things here and there.
But I will
more
say,
sustainable then.
I will say
Yeah.
the exercise, and not extreme exercise, but like we're doing that
Yeah,
start
the
today
walk, the
30-day
walking
walking challenge. That improves, I think, your mental health combined with a low carb diet.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've lost about 45 pounds in the last several months, and but
You
again,
did?
yeah, but only doing about 100 grams of carbs a day,
And then you walk.
and I walk.
So
watch it. It doesn't
But you
seem
don't
extreme.
you don't just walk. I've seen your workout. You do weights. You do real exercise.
Well, look, I'm the oldest person here. I'm trying to last a little while.
You're the most energetic guy you
You
are.
got more juice than anybody.
You will outlive all of us.
Yes, thank
Right.
you. Thank
Good.
you.
guys.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back.
After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, this is a really interesting story. We're back with our series Beyond the Scale. There's this food trend that's gaining in popularity.
Yes, I was just asking the guys if you've ever heard of intuitive eating. No. Anybody in the studio? Intuitive eating? Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Okay, everyone says no.
Yes,
According to the website ZocDoc, appointments for intuitive and mindful eating have increased 122% in the last year. The intuitive trend has become a viral hit, and I talked with some women who swear by it.
I did every diet you could think of under the sun.
Gabriella Coliff discovered intuitive eating after 8 years of yo-yo dieting.
Tell me a little bit about why you decided to try something else.
I wanted something that I could sustain for the rest of my life, because anyone can go out there, drop 20 pounds real quick, but it was the maintaining it for the rest of your life.
Gabriella says she's lost 50 pounds by eating intuitively. Now she's sharing her story with nearly 200,000 followers on TikTok.
So how do you explain to people what you're doing when you talk to them about intuitive eating?
It's a lifestyle. It's not a diet. If I'm out with like a bunch of girlfriends, I'm going to eat, if I want to splurge and eat, I'm going to do it. But I'm also able to pick up on my hunger cues throughout the rest of the week, and it creates a balanced life.
Intuitive eating is a process of listening and responding to your body's messages to meet your physical and psychological needs. Intuitive eating counselors argue if your body can tell you when you're tired or thirsty, it can tell you when you're hungry too.
I think most of us, for the most part, know what to do if we were given a test and we would say, okay, do you want the bowl of fruit or do you want the candy bar? I mean, we kind of know what to do, but for some reason, we just kind of lean towards what we want. Where does intuitive eating fit into this?
So what intuitive eating does is it allows you to view food neutrally so that you get to decide what feels good to me. What do I know that my body needs to honor, yes, its cravings, but also its health.
Nutritionist Colleen Christensen is part of the new wave of intuitive eaters on social media. She's in good company. The hashtag intuitive eating has over 1 billion views on TikTok and 2 million posts on Instagram.
You can have a positive and healthy relationship with food and body, and it doesn't have to be following these rules that we feel like, oh, I have to eat this or I should eat this.
According to a recent analysis, intuitive eating is linked with better body image, improved self-esteem, and overall well-being. And while it isn't a weight loss plan, a 2016 study found intuitive eating was strongly associated with lower odds of being overweight and obese.
When I practice weight management with my patients, there are many aspects of intuitive eating that we incorporate into their individual plans.
Dr. Holly Lofton runs NYU Langone's weight management program. Her patients learn some intuitive eating techniques, like focusing on their hunger cues.
If we're eating and not paying attention to the cues that your brain is sending or your gut is sending, that can lead to overeating, and of course that can be detrimental for one's health.
She believes intuitive eating fits into the country's shifting attitude towards diet culture.
I think a lot of the new mantras about how we eat and our activity and live our lives are very physiologic. It's really getting in touch more with our roots, and in listening to your body, you can really make great strides in your overall health.
For those interested in intuitive eating, patience is key.
Intuitive eating takes time. It's not necessarily a light switch that you can just turn on. We have to essentially relearn how to listen to our body.
All right, so let me add another layer here. Colleen said you should act like you're a scientist collecting data from your body, okay? So slow down when you eat. What makes you feel good? What doesn't make you feel good? And then make tweaks based on that. And while it works for a lot of people, it may not be for everyone. So if you have high blood pressure, for example, or high cholesterol, you have to follow a specific diet, or maybe you have to limit certain foods. But here's the thing. Dylan, you've been intuitive eating for a really long time, but you also have self-discipline. You have more discipline, I feel like, than I do. Like,
and it's something I didn't even know was
a
way of
thing.
eating. It's just I always, like, I love to eat, as you all know, but I also know if I eat too much of one thing, I'll pull back later on.
Yeah, like you're just very disciplined.
Yeah.
So this is one thing we didn't mention in the piece that I thought was interesting. Everybody I talked with, they went to a doctor first. They did an allergy test, they do a battery of tests, and you find out maybe you're allergic to something you didn't even realize you were allergic to, and you strip everything away, because I think sometimes you don't even know if you're hungry anymore because you can't even listen to your body. So go to a doctor first. Make sure you're not allergic to something.
And we do eat too fast.
And we all eat too fast.
It takes 20 minutes for the brain to register.
A lot of times, often, people think that they're hungry when in fact they're thirsty.
All of those
or
things.
bored.
And they say if you slow down and just listen to your body, that, you know, it can work. It works for Dylan.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our focus is one of the most popular diet trends in America, keto. It's a method that's often praised for short-term results, but some criticize it for that restrictive, low-carb approach. Well, luckily for us, JJ Smith is here with ways to do keto and be successful in the long run. She's a nutritionist, the author of the new 14-day keto cleanse. JJ, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. I'm excited about this because a lot of folks have tried keto. They love it. You do see results, but they find it hard to sustain over the long term.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people experience the keto flu, and the goal is to get the body, keto is short for ketosis.
Yeah.
And this involves getting the body into fat burning mode. And this plan includes other ways to get the body into ketosis without having to eat all those high fat foods, which could lead to health issues for some.
Yeah, how long does it take to get into that ketosis mode where you're really burning fat?
Yeah, of course, it actually varies by individual.
Okay.
Some people, it could be as short as a couple of days. For others, it could take a couple of weeks. But when you're in ketosis, you know, because you're going to lose weight, you're going to start feeling energized, and you're going to be able to kind of reduce your appetite, and you don't feel so hungry all the time.
Okay, and now your plan, and we're going to try some of your recipes here in a minute, but your plan will put you into ketosis, but how is it, I guess, less rigid than the typical keto?
Okay, so I call this the healthier version of keto.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the things that we do, because we use other methods to get into ketosis, we feature keto smoothies. Now, these are green smoothies that are low in carb, low in sugar, and quite frankly, in one keto smoothie, they're so nutrient dense. In one smoothie, sometimes you get more nutrients than you've had in an entire week.
Wow.
So many people on this plan tell me, this plan makes keto feel crazy good. And so you feel good, you don't get the keto flu, you get energized, you get to detox and lose some weight.
Okay, so you have a 14-day cleanse to kind of kick it off.
Yeah.
This is from day one. So this is day one. What, breakfast?
Okay, so this is breakfast. You're basically swapping out your breakfast for a keto smoothie.
Okay.
And in this one, we feature avocados. When you take out all the fruit in a smoothie, we add in avocados to give it its creamy texture. And so we love this one. Our keto smoothies were tested with 8,000 people, and both adults and kids had to love them.
Right.
So this one is fresh, it's light. We do use stevia. You can use any natural sweetener that you like.
It's not sweet.
No.
It tastes good. It's creamy, but it's not sweet. But your stevia is okay.
Stevia or monk fruit is fine, just to give it a little sweetness.
So you would eat one for breakfast
and for
lunch.
Okay.
Okay. And then dinner time. This is our first day.
Ooh, okay. So this is a chili. Imagine eating a hearty chili on a plan that's designed to help you burn fat.
Yeah.
And so it's amazing. This combination of ingredients, they simmer to perfection. People literally write me and say, my kids ate all my chili, what am I going to do?
I always think of it like chili, having a tomato base and getting real carby real fast. How do you counter that?
There's no beans in it. It's a chili with no beans, so we keep the carbs low, but we keep the flavor on high because food has to taste good. And the recipes are simple. They're easy to make because I don't have time to be in the kitchen all day. How about you?
No, trust me, no. But I mean, I have time. I just don't have talent. But how you let them? This plan, you can have a little more carbs than the traditional.
You can.
keto.
You can have a little bit more carbs, and the main reason. Isn't this something? The main reason is because we use other methods to get the body into ketosis, like intermittent fasting.
Okay.
So it's
how does
not,
that work into it?
Okay. So what happens is, intermittent fasting is not about what you eat, it's when you eat. So imagine just changing the time frames of when you eat and being able to help get the body into ketosis. So we add intermittent fasting, we add a high Tabata for 4 minutes. And these methods—
That's the workout.
Yeah, it's a 4-minute routine that anybody could basically do.
Okay.
But these methods push the body into ketosis so you can still burn fat.
Now we just have 30 seconds. This is the last day of the cleanse. Another avocado smoothie for breakfast.
So the last day of the cleanse is last day. This is a peppermint keto smoothie.
I'm gonna try this one then. Okay.
Yeah. If you love peppermint patties, you will love this. I support 840,000 in my Green Smoothie Facebook group.
Yeah.
And they absolutely love this one because it tastes like peppermint smoothies.
And then fajitas. Now,
fajitas.
Tortillas not included.
Not included, but what I love is this is you get a healthier version of some of your favorite meals.
Yeah.
Imagine being able to have fajitas on a weight loss plan. It's so good.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think.
Love it.
Yes. Awesome.
And you can go big on like oils and nuts and
you can go oils and nuts and other healthy fats and you'll be perfectly fine.
So we're trying intermittent fasting. We're seeing how it works, seeing if it's supposed to help with not only weight loss, but like brain health and energy and all that. Skin. It's supposed to help with anti-aging.
Your skin looks great, actually, but how does your brain feel?
You know what's funny? Yesterday, when I was coming home from work in the car, usually I'm kind of vegged out.
Yes.
Listen, I was weirdly alert. I was texting people. I was responding to things. I'm sure people here were like, "What, Reka? I responded to you." You were like this. Oh my gosh, is she okay? But I was like, "Yes, I can do it. Let me see the video." I was just
felt good.
Very unusual for me. So maybe ittle help.
Yeah.
How about you?
You also hit the gym, I think.
Yes.
For yesterday, and you said it was like...
I was mad because after our weigh-in, I was like, I was just sweating. They say if you're sweating, it's like your fat's crying. So, so that's what was happening.
You know what? I do have to say, I reminded myself yesterday. Do you want to eat? You
yes,
should eat.
I'm starving.
I reminded myself. I'm eating egg. I thought this is egg whites after seeing the scale, but I was reminded why I don't weigh myself yesterday.
Why?
Because I was playing with my kids and I kept having that one number in my head.
I know.
And I'm like, you know what? No. I don't want life to be controlled by a scale.
A number. I agree.
So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do
we're gonna weigh ourselves periodically.
Yes.
We don't know when, but I think just to keep track.
Yeah.
But I think it is good every now and then, even though I hate standing up on
a scale
to find out where you are, just to get a benchmark. Doesn't matter.
I needed it because I think I've been delusional.
Me too.
And I don't think it's about the thing is, we're not saying we need to be some sort of number to be us.
No.
We're happy with us.
We're happy.
But we just want us a little spelt.
I think it'll make us feel better because we both had this today. We were trying on dresses to wear. And sometimes what happens is for the earlier hours, Savannah will, I'll know what she's wearing, and they'll say, "Oh, we pulled out 3 things that would match hers," and I tried on all 3, and none of them fit.
Guess how many dresses I tried on too?
How many?
3. Lucky number 4.
So things are gonna be different coming up in a month.
Okay. Sorry. It's gonna be hard. I wonder if we should do our first bite at 9:55.
No, 10. I think that should be straight up. So if y'all are with us, maybe you're having your first bite of food right now too.
Join in, because you know what? Why not?
It's fun.
Let's
you know
see
what?
how we feel.
And it's a fad, and who doesn't like a fad?
That's right. Henry goes, this sounds, I texted him.
Yeah.
And he goes, why'd you decide to do that? And I'm like, I don't know, kind of thought that went through my head right afterwards too. But he goes, it sounds sort of like a fad. And I'm like, yes, it is. But as you said, and I'm not sure if this is true, it's been going on for a long time.
For years, for hundreds of years, people have had to, just out of necessity.
Jumping straight in, gang's back together. What's it like being back together for the festival?
I hate these people. It's great. Sarah, Zach, and I got here 2 days ago, and we partied a little bit. And then these guys came in. Bill got in the morning yesterday, and we partied a little bit. And then last night, everybody else got in, and we partied a little bit more. So it's just like old times.
Pulled an all-nighter, and now...
And then went right to work.
It's so nostalgic last night to be sitting around with the gang telling old stories and talking about all the people we love and stuff. It's really I'm not an emotional guy usually, and the first thing Donald said to me this morning was, he said, "You almost cried last night," which is so grade school, by the way. I'm still mad about it. But I did. It made me really happy.
What was it that almost got you?
For me, it was seeing everybody again. I love all these people. I don't just want to work with them. I like being around them. And then walking down the streets of Austin as a group for dinner and having people that were just going out to have a night do double takes and go, "You from Scrubs?"
We changed streets on the way home from dinner because there were so many drunk people that it was becoming hard to get home.
Well, I think it would be overwhelming to be drunk on the streets of Austin.
And the entire cast of Scrubs walking by.
Not just one of you. I mean, it's the entire cast.
Yeah, we were walking in one group.
We've hung out over the years, but this is the first time in years, obviously, since the beginning of the pandemic, that we've all done this. And Bill took us for this amazing dinner last night, and we were like, thanks for dinner, Bill, and thanks for a career.
Right,
by
pretty
the way,
much,
because this job changed
all of our lives.
And not just your lives. I mean, one of the things that we hear time and time again from medical professionals is this was the show that made them want to get into medicine.
Of all of the medical shows, this is what universally doctors and nurses say was the most accurate. I think that's such a testament to Bill, because he always said, we're going to be very silly sometimes, but I always want the medicine to be completely accurate so it balances it out.
Bill, you're not a doctor.
Not yet.
I'm not a doctor, but I guarantee you everybody on the panel agrees the one thing from this TV show more than any gig I've ever had is you and your entire extended family use it whenever you're in a medical situation at a hospital. Whenever you're in a hospital or getting a surgery, just to be like,
I know.
"You guys are Scrubs. Make sure I don't die."
Do you guys get a lot of calls from friends saying, "Hey, I know you're not a real doctor, but I've got this condition"?
No, but we all call, this is inspired by Bill's college buddy, a doctor, cardiologist now named John Doris. And I don't know about you guys, but we almost all call him as a second we have a medical problem. Because I text him, I'm like, "Does this look bad?" You know.
Definitely a mistake to give up me his number. I'm kind of a hypochondriac a little bit.
Kinda.
He's the real JD, so we call him Real. So we're always like, "Real, we have a problem."
And he was your college roommate?
My college roommate. He ended up having Dr. Kelce's job. He's on the news for giving the first vaccine in LA. He ran the vaccine program for all kinds. A huge cardiologist and surgeon out there. He doesn't go by JD anymore because he said it's too exhausting to keep explaining to med students. So he goes by John now. He's like, I can't, when I'm trying to tell somebody to not kill someone, it's too hard for me when they go, "Was it all based on you? It was Elliot."
So when you went to school together and you guys were roommates, you probably saw him partying. I mean,
Dude, he was a disaster.
Really?
Yeah, this show exists on some level because I said my nightmare, knowing who he was in his early 20s, would be to wake up in an emergency room and see that idiot over me. You're going to be fine, man. And I'd be like, I don't feel good about this at all.
And that's what we saw in the show.
He's a great guy, though. Great. And this is good Scrubs trivia. You guys see if you guys can get it. Elliot is based on JD's wife. Do you know JD's wife's name? Because I'm bad at naming characters. I named another character after her on our show.
Molly
Clark. Heather Graham
Which
played
is Heather
Molly
Graham,
Clark,
right.
who's Dolly Clark. Dolly is JD's wife, who is actually Elliot.
Is it hard to keep track of all the people you have had on the show?
Yeah, it's a testament to aging. It's really hard. And I just started watching the episodes now. My child is watching the show. So they're always asking me questions. When you did this, did that happen? I was like,
Did all your kids watch?
No.
My youngest, Henry, he's 15. He finally, because he resisted, and then he finally watched it during the, when we were all kind of locked up. And so underwhelming, by the way. I know he enjoyed it, but he's a cool 15-year-old. And I walked in when he was finishing the 8th season, and I go, "What'd you think?" He goes, "Hey, pretty good. You want to go get pizza or something?"
One of our other writers, Matt Tarsis, was excited that his kids finally wanted to watch. And, the show is pretty darn risque still. And he walked in and he was watching some intense, sex scene or something between characters. And Matt was like, "All right, enjoy. I'm going to go in the other room."
it's always impressive how people are, it's literally a show about death. But all those sex scenes make people uncomfortable. When we get to that place where we're talking about they're not as worried. And that's a testament also to Bill to surround what it really is about with humor. All those things that are inevitable in life and try to have some fun and some sex.
Well, I can't imagine what that was like when you first started, because it was a comedy and yet death is such a big role. How did you get that on TV? Death and comedy.
I think, look, it's a testament to the actors and actresses here that worked, because it's very hard to do really silly stuff and then have things with emotional stakes and have it switch on a dime. But I think we all operated under the belief that the show was going to go away, because that's how TV worked. Neil Flynn and I, we were talking last night, even though it's now lore, we had a conversation that I always thought for a second he was going to be a figment of Zach's imagination.
You people, you think of me as nothing but the janitor.
So he never talked to any other characters at first, really, just because I thought the show was going to be on and off, so quick. So for us, just getting to do it for so long is such a gift. And for me personally, getting to hear all these folks say such nice things about the experience, especially how I think we've all tried to kind of recapture it since then, was kind of really special.
That's the crazy thing, is that you go to other sets and you're like, "We're like family, guys." We're like, you try to force it. We're like family. We're like family. And it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like this ever.
Right.
It never feels like this. It gets close, but never like this.
No eagles on other sets.
Listen, man. I found my life partner while making this show, man. It's like.
By the way, this should be on the Today Show.
Exactly.
Your wife's going to watch this.
Oh, my wife is watching? I found my life partner, Casey Cobb, while making Scrubs. And we have 2 beautiful children together.
I didn't hear that.
What's the thing that you guys must get people asking you to eagle all the time?
Eagle!
Judy, Sarah, Johnny C, do you get people that
girl's name. People want me to call them a girl's name. And there's a couple of go-tos, and then I keep walking.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Susan.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Susan.
He cross-gendered me.
Donald and I are doing this rewatch podcast where we...
It's called Fake Doctors, Real Friends for all of you.
Thank you for the plug. It's a very surreal experience because we don't remember a lot of it. But it is our exact sense of humor, obviously, because we find the show very funny.
Oh, Turk, that's a stupid sitcom. I mean, that's a sitcom.
And we were cracking up at stuff you don't remember, but it's you. And it's just such a bizarre experience.
Yeah, it's like I was there, but I just don't remember.
And so we're watching it anew and enjoying it and laughing through 6 seasons thus far. And then you're like, I have no memory of doing that, but that was very, very funny.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was naked as much as I was.
You were naked a lot. You looked great.
We had a rule on that show. This is why the character of the Todd kind of exists. We really wanted it to be about comedy, but sex and love and death all intermixed. And we said, we're going to be risque sexually. And Judy and Sarah were both scantily clad a number of times, but there's a very strong female presence in the writer's room. They said it has to be equal opportunity as far. And so the only way we could make up the gap was occasionally putting Rob Maschio in a thong.
Oh, that's right, the banana hammock.
The banana hammock, yeah.
So the girls would all be like, yeah, Sarah or Judy, one of them had to wear a nightie and be kissing on some guy, so we're going to definitely put Rob in a thong.
And we saw your we almost saw your nipples.
I
They
was
were
naked
always
a lot, and I remember once I had to dance naked in front of Tara Reid.
Yeah.
And I'm going to Today Show-ify this. The minimal covering that was covering my area came off during the dance, and so Tara Reid saw everything I have.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I gotta ask about the dream sequences. They were extravagant. I mean, what was the most expensive dream sequence you ever came up with?
The most expensive joke.
Here comes a big one.
Was I wanted Zach to be riding a scooter, and I wanted him to go in a puddle and go underwater completely, and then come up.
Where was I?
And Randall, the line producer we all love dearly, who also played Leonard, the security guard. I still work with him. He's by the way, Randall and I are Turk and JD. We just kind of flipped a little bit. He came into the writer's room and he goes, "This joke's gonna cost $75,000. He's like, "You sure you want to do it?" And at that point, I was, I was not as responsible as I think I would be now. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's gonna be really funny." He's like, "It's a $75,000 joke. You sure?" He's like, "We're gonna have a stuntman drive in with the weights attached to his pockets, so he stays underwater."
And destroy a scooter, and then because the holes were needed to be deep enough, they had the city made them. What do you call it when you put wood to secure?
Yeah, it was like we were digging a pool in the parking lot.
They had to come in and make it safe because it could the asphalt could have collapsed on us both.
And you saw a manatee down there, right?
Yes, his name was Julian. Yes.
Did he say anything?
That's Julian.
He didn't, and we didn't exchange pleasantries. And then Neil says, "That's Julian."
That was all improv.
To tip our hat to Neil Flynn, that was not in the script. He was just being Neil Flynn.
I think I saw a manatee.
Was his name Julian?
We didn't exchange pleasantries.
That's Julian.
How much ad-libbing did you guys do?
I would say Neil did most of the ad-libbing. We got, we did it the way Bill wanted us to do it, and then he would say play around a little bit. But Neil would just go, it wouldn't be lines for him. It would just be Neil says something funny, and then he would go off and really crush.
1, 2.
Oh!
Yeah?
No!
You owe me $500.
Everybody here, when the show's working, you can tell that the ownership of characters shifts from the writers to the actors and actresses, and everyone here would do stuff that was not on the page that we would use and take credit for. They're also talented. The one that did it a little less because it was Johnny C, because I was not, always super prepared as a writer, and I would hand John these giant page-long monologues, and I'd be like, "You got to do this word for word in about 45 minutes. If there's anything I can help you with, you go ahead and let me know."
Is that where the Dr. Cox anger came from?
Interns, flee now! Now, there is just no way you could have known that off the top of that straw-covered scarecrow head of yours.
No, the two things that happened was I was so competitive with Billy that I decided if I was going to memorize this, I was not going to give you a cut point. you're going to damn sure stay on me the whole time. And so I would take a huge breath and then talk in kind of a Martin Scorsese syncopation, and I never gave him a cut point. Foolish me, Billy cut away whenever he wanted. And I was so panicked with being handed on Monday morning a rewrite, which was really much better than when I spent the whole weekend memorizing. I had my room soundproofed. Because Zach and Donald were responsible for so much mayhem going on in the hallway that I couldn't concentrate. And then for the first year, dogs were allowed in the hospital until one bit another one. And then
do you remember what you said about the dog? Just so you know, we all lived in a deserted hospital, and we let everybody bring their dogs, and their kids were around, people in his family atmosphere. And John came to me once, and he was not joking, and he had dogs, and he said, I will sacrifice one of my dogs as an offering.
Couldn't concentrate.
If we could simply make it so there's no dogs here in the building.
And of course, as karma dictates, because I couldn't stand them the most, because I was in such a panic trying to get the words in my skull, they all peed and pooped right outside my door.
All you would ever hear was Johnny go, "Get out!" And you see some poor dog wandering out of his room.
I couldn't memorize with all this stuff going on. That's why when I listened to Zachy and Donald's podcast, Fake Doctors, Real Friends, which is genius, it's all news to me because I was in my soundproof dressing room trying to remember Billy's words.
So we really did shoot in an abandoned hospital. We didn't have trailers. Each of our trailers were abandoned hospital rooms, patient rooms. And one of the things that made this family so special was we weren't on some giant backlot. We weren't on sets. I mean, obviously some of the sets, like the apartment, et cetera, the bar, they were built into the hospital. But we had our own studio. Everything was in this abandoned hospital. And so it really did bond us with the crew, obviously as a cast. The writers were all there. The editorial was all there. And it was just such a unique experience. I don't know could ever happen again because it was like we were on a ship together.
The writers was a big piece of that. Like, and every show since then, like that was my first big job, and I kind of thought, oh, that's how it works. And then on every other job, you don't often meet all the writers because you're not on the same campus altogether. Mm-hmm. And we would all eat lunch together at the lunch tent, and the writers would all come too, and we'd hang out with them, or we'd go down to the writers' room and hang out. And that's it's not an experience that I've ever seen.
Yeah, you try to recreate it, but every set I go to, it's great to be around actors and everything like that, but it's really about the crew, you know what I mean? And so you really try to, what we had on our set was the crew was just, like Zach said, was a part of the family, just like the actors were. We did everything with them after work. We would go to bars, we had a lot of nights where we all were together. And I try to do that when I go to other sets. And people aren't really up for that, you know what I mean? Especially now with all, with the pandemic and stuff like that. But I don't think I'll ever experience what we had on this show again, as far as
end line, no matter what anybody else says. End line of the piece, no matter what anybody else says.
I was trying to get it.
Everybody here's going for it, by the way.
I was trying to get it. I Your turn.
I'm not going to do anything new. I'm just going to see who they pick. Watch this. I don't think any of us are ever going to have that type of experience ever again.
I've heard some of you say that this was the best time of your lives.
Yeah.
Does that still
I had
stand?
nothing to compare it to. So when we were there, I thought this is amazing. This is how it works. This is how it works on shows. So when you go to another show and, it's more of an individual effort to know the entire crew's name, try to get friendly with the writers and stuff, but it is something because of this experience and how it was set up that we bring or that I bring to another job, and it's impossible to repeat, but it's a wealth of experience and a journey that you can't compare to anything else, but that you can try.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your chemistry is legendary. How did you get things done? I mean, how did you get through takes?
We laughed so much.
We laughed so hard. Who was the worst? Who was the worst at keeping a straight face?
Watch this.
We discovered
to the point where there was a noise.
We discovered that there was a specific noise we could make, that noise, and Sarah would always start laughing.
Oh,
and so we would mess with her when it was like midnight and the crew was like, we need to go home.
We all have families.
But we would do it so quietly that the crew wouldn't notice that we were doing it. And I was largely my
And
own.
a snort. And a
I
snort.
was largely my own worst enemy.
And when they do that, I was like, why is she still laughing?
I would largely beat myself up because I never liked the camera to cut. And I would just, shy of flailing, putting a right into my eye. If I made a mistake with some of Billy's words, I would have a temper tantrum aimed at me and then continue.
You'd occasionally hit a wall or a paper towel dispenser.
That's the thing. I feel like Johnny knew where the, there's going to be plywood here, and then this is just going to be an empty wall. Boom!
You don't want to hit the stud.
Right, you don't want to hit the stud.
Yeah, Johnny knew where to not hit the stud.
Where not to hit.
I was just thinking last night how it was the best job in the world because you knew you were going to belly laugh several times a day. And that was just obviously the scripts, but also just we loved each other so much and we cracked each other up. And there was so much downtime that we just laugh all day long. And I haven't had any experience like that ever. I
don't even eat lunch with the crew and everything anymore. I just go right to my trailer.
Well, I think COVID, obviously changed all that.
All of us.
Yeah.
And
You're on other sets and you're FaceTiming them.
Oh, I FaceTime him all the time. I once FaceTime. We had something that we had to do, and I FaceTimed him, and he was pissed because I couldn't make it. I was stuck at work. He's like, put the AD on the phone. I was like, get out of here. Don't put the AD on the phone.
I was like, I want to talk to the first assistant director.
Like, no.
Well, and speaking of phones, you had a phone number that you put on the show. And did that
Cal
phone?
Turk.
Yeah, call Turk.
That was insane. I can't believe they let us do that. No one in America can have that number again because they didn't realize what was going to happen. He called up and I'm like, is there an open phone number? Like, what are you going to do? I'm like, because you can't say a real phone number on TV. We've all lived a world of, them saying 555,
right.
And I want to get a real one. I'm going to put, this is our promotion idea. I'm going to put Turk's phone number on television. We had a map of everywhere in the world that people would call from. And my weirdest experience, because I got so excited that people from everywhere were watching the show, is I took the phone home one night, and these guys all know, I'm going to curse here so we can bleep it out, but these guys all know my wife and who she is as a human being. And I was getting home from work around midnight. I walked up into the bedroom, and I was talking, I answered it, and it was a super fan. And she was like, oh my God, and tell me about this, and tell me about that. And I'm like, well, the cool thing about the show, and Krista goes, hang that phone up. Wait. There's a pause, and then this person on the line goes, oh my God, is that Jordan?
So this was a phone that everyone would answer it from time to time?
It was in the production office, and sometimes you turn it off because it rang literally nonstop. And sometimes it was just, everyone's trying to work, so they would turn it off. The second you turned it on, it would just ring nonstop. And so it would just get passed around. Like you'd randomly pick it up and go, hi, and someone would be calling from like Australia. And then and you'd hand it off to Donald, or you'd hand it off to anyone walking by. But if it was on, it was ringing.
Speaking of phones, I mean, have you guys received Scrubs gifts? Because they're everywhere. I mean, I use your gifts all the time.
I haven't received any, but I've seen one my favorite one is when we're rubbing our faces against each other.
I see it all the time.
That's my favorite one.
I get Elliot digging her own grave. That one gets sent to me.
I get Carla.
Carla looking sassy.
I get, there's one that has a subtitle that screams internally. When I'm screaming.
I've seen yours because your biggest one out there is man not caring.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It seems as though a younger generation is now discovering Scrubs and going through it all over again.
That's great.
You have young people, you don't understand, your show got me through nursing school. And then you realize, oh my God, that was 20 years ago. It's happened so fast, and it's also like what you were saying, watching a show that's hilarious, you're kind of outside of yourself. So it's kind of, I'm a fan. So an episode will come up, and I'm like, it's kind of like scrolling through your phone. You just watch it, and through TikTok, this thing that I don't have, and I've never. My kid has become hip to the show, and they love it. It's amazing.
I still feel like 2001 was 2 weeks ago, to be honest with you. It really does feel that way.
Hey, look, it's a good segue to everybody here was talking last night about how grateful we are. So it's just not patting ourselves on the back, it's how grateful we are that people still watch, still care, still are invested. It's such a gift. And Scrubs trivia for when these guys get to their my podcast. My podcast is doing very well, by the way. It's called Fake Doctors, Real Friends. Thanks, guys. I put it together. I hired Donald and Zach needed some work. But here's some trivia. Is in the finale of the show, the real finale, which is season 8, Zach walks down the hall, and the speech he gives, we really spent a weekend trying to write a speech that is both about being a doctor and about being an actor, actress, or TV writer. And his speech is really about what it means to do what we all do, because he says if you can even just make someone feel better for a second, that's all you can really ask for. And so for us, all of the people that take the time to come to us individually or online and tell us this meant something to them, this is a great opportunity to say thanks, because I know we're all really grateful.
One of the coolest parts was over the pandemic, all of the doctors and nurses that we heard from.
Yes.
That was super special.
And that was also great to do doing the podcast. It was nice to have people call in, and actually not just that, but also it was like it's a love letter to all of the people who were on the front line for COVID and stuff like that. That was nice to give back to them and tell them how much we appreciated them while we were going through, which is not over apparently, this pandemic for the last year.
I have an
2 years
idea for an ending. The poison dance?
No, that's not happening.
It would make me so happy.
Yeah, I know. It would make everybody so happy, but that ain't happening.
As I recall, You showed up to work, you were late, and you didn't know what we were shooting that day.
Right, no.
And he walks in the room, and they go, you haven't read it? And he goes, no. I go, oh, you're dancing to Poison.
And I was like, oh, okay. And the whole room is packed with cast, crew, writers, everybody. Like, I was like, is this an event? And
who are we going to watch?
What's going on? And they're like, you're dancing. And I was like, oh. And they played the song. And I mean, come on, man. I grew up on New Edition, and I grew up on Belle Biv DeVoe, so that was really easy. And then Fortnite took it. I am forever a legend, and I'm very honored. Listen, I am forever a legend to my children who play that game because they're like, Dad, I'm doing your dance! And so,
you suddenly become relevant to your kid.
Yeah.
Right?
At one point, I did complain about it, and I had every 12-year-old boy Twittering or TikToking how much of a loser I am. And then my son looked at me and he said, Dad, this makes you an even bigger legend. And I was like, yeah, I'll accept that.
We were at a pool yesterday, and they started cranking TLC's I Don't Want No Scrubs. And Donald's like, don't start dancing. Do not start dancing. Don't embarrass us at this pool by start dancing to TLC Scrubs.
Well, I won't tell the story, but
well,
you know
there
why.
have been a couple times when we've been overserved and we couldn't help ourselves.
Yep.
But dance too, I Don't Want No Scrubs.
That's right. In the middle of a club. I don't want no scrubs.
He's almost going to do it.
That almost happened.
Almost happened.
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Hey everybody, great to be back with you for a shiny, fresh edition of Popstar Plus. On the show today, we spoke with one of the stars of a hot, thrilling new show out called The Terminal List. And one of its stars, Taylor Kitsch, told us what we can expect. And, of course, we can't get enough of all things Minions around here, so we're going to show you our chat with Steve Carell. And then later, we're honoring the legendary Harrison Ford as he celebrates his 80th birthday. We've got a cool throwback selection that you're going to definitely want to see coming up in a little bit as well. It's Harrison Ford talking about Star Wars when he was here back in 1977. All that coming up, but first, here's today's Pop Start headlines. We're going to start with a great story. No, we're going right here. There you go. Taylor Hawkins. This is an incredible video I'm about to show you. The late drummer received a very, very special tribute during a recent Laguna Beach, California block party. That's because Taylor Hawkins' 16-year-old son, Shane, honored his dad, Foo Fighter drummer, with a cover of the band's emotional anthem, My Hero. Shane played with the California-based rock band The Alive. This was during a 4th of July party out there on the West Coast. And new videos from that show are going viral. Take a look. I mean, that's a pretty cool moment there, seeing Shane, 16, rocking out on the drum kit, especially to that song, There Goes My Hero, in honor of his dad. Next up, Tanya Tucker, the country music icon, getting the Hollywood treatment in a new documentary called The Return of Tanya Tucker. Fellow Grammy winner Brandi Carlile is executive producing the project, which premiered at this year's South by Southwest Film Festival. And a new teaser for the documentary is giving a sneak peek at how Carlile pushed Tanya back into the spotlight for a monumental career comeback.
I have loved Tanya Tucker since I was 8 years old. Here we go. Tanya's voice is in all of us that sing country music. And it's time for us to do an about face and recognize that.
Randy. Hi. I feel like I know you.
I want this record to be a renaissance period in her life.
Oh, I love that song. I'm getting chills on my legs.
It's about the influence that you've had, young people and their longing for understanding where their music came from.
To be able to leave behind something. And I guess music is, the gift I have.
I mean, I don't know Tanya's story, but that documentary, that teaser does it for me. I'm interested in that. I want to know more about it.
I think every young country music star will point to Tanya Tucker and say it's because of her.
Yeah.
She's that person.
Well, that is cool. The Return of Tanya Tucker is expected to hit theaters this fall. We'll get to hear more about that when the one and only Brandi Carlile stops by our plaza for the summer concert series. That is coming up in September. More on that a little bit later, but there you can put it on the calendar. Next up, Stranger Things. Fans of the latest season continue to rock the Billboard charts with the show's 80s soundtrack. Thanks to the final episode, Volume 2, this metal classic has gone to the top of the charts. moisturizer, and then I smashed the can on my head, going back to...
It's like headbangers ball here.
My 13-year-old son, we were on vacation last week. He spent most of it binge-watching Stranger Things to get to this finale. He's got Kate Bush on his soundtrack.
Oh, I like that.
That song, that's the title track to Metallica's Master of Puppets. That's a record. It came out in March of '86.
And what's happening to it?
And now the young people are like,
they love it.
See, we're up to the 80s. Carson, Metallica's best song or second best song? Master of Puppets, what do you think?
I would say, I couldn't answer that. I'd say best song because...
Well, ask Hoda, she loves heavy metal.
I
mean, Slayer, Metallica, Iron Maiden,
I love
she loves
every
it.
genre.
Wait, hold on. Here's the numbers on it. Since the new episode came out, let's just give you a little bit of episodes. Less than 2 weeks ago, streams for that song, Master of Puppets, have gone up 650%, according to Illuminate data. It's a 36-year-old track, as we've established. It sits in the top 50 on Apple Music and number 8 on Spotify.
Wow. Just Hoda listens.
Meanwhile, that Kate Bush ballad, still holding strong on both music streamers' top 10 lists. Season 4 of Stranger Things is only the second series in Netflix history to ever surpass the 1 billion hour streaming mark. So rock on, Hawkins.
I love that Kate Bush song.
I love that young kids are getting exposed to this.
Me too. I don't know how to sit on this couch, do you?
Quickly, Billy Joel. Speaking of 80s rock legends, over the weekend, Joel gave some fans in Detroit a nice surprise. The Piano Man brought out Def Leppard's We Are Going Back.
Def Leppard?
Def Leppard.
Oh, I used to love Def Leppard.
Def Leppard.
Pour some sugar on
They
me.
go way back. Yes, that's what they did.
Al, come on.
On Saturday, Billy Joel sat at the keys and they did Pour Some Sugar on Me.
No way.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's a good song. It is. Chorus. Here it comes. We got to get to the chorus. We have to get to the chorus.
Oh, no, we're going to lose it.
No,
that's it.
Come on.
Here it comes. Wait. Pour some sugar on me.
See, I knew you had a headbanger inside you somewhere.
Maybe late 80s.
Yeah, late 80s.
Either
so
way,
good.
Camaro was involved.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Cranking it.
That's it.
Carson, that was outstanding.
It was like TRL.
That's outstanding.
All right, good night,
Like,
everybody.
Hey, don't get your feet on that couch.
nobody knows.
And now to the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus. Just a few more headlines for you, and we'll start with Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard. The Jurassic stars are sharing all the feels as the press tour for their latest film comes to an end. Chris and Bryce have co-starred in all 3 of the new Jurassic World movies since the franchise was brought back in 2015. Just yesterday, Pratt posted a series of photos alongside his on-screen buddy, Bryce, writing very kindly in the caption, "You've been by my side through this crazy ride for over 8 years, and I wouldn't have it any other way. 8 extraordinary years, 3 fantastic films. It's been such an honor sharing this journey with you." And you can check out that dynamic duo, of course, in Jurassic World Dominion. That is playing in theaters now from our sister company, Universal Pictures. And finally, Paradise Highway. Morgan Freeman is headed back to the big screen in this dark thriller. In it, Morgan plays an FBI agent investigating human trafficking, where he crosses paths with one truck driver being blackmailed into the business. Here's a look.
Where's the package? You don't understand. I don't take people.
No way I can promise what'll happen to your brother if you don't take the girl where she needs to go.
You're driving.
You're not suggesting we go analog to every truck stop.
You wanted field work. This is the field.
It was a girl, Dennis.
What do you mean?
The package was a girl.
What? What happened?
We're in this together.
See, I would watch that now just because of that little thing I just showed you. Never heard of it. Now I'm going to watch it. Morgan Freeman in Paradise Highway. That hits theaters July 29th. All right, that's the latest you're going to need to know for today. Still coming up, Friday Night Lights star Taylor Kitsch breaks down his latest action-packed series.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Terminal List explores the twists and turns that unfold when a Navy SEAL, played by Chris Pratt, returns home from battle. Taylor Kitsch plays Ben Edwards, a friend to Pratt's character, James Reese, and helps figure out how a mission might have been set up to fail. He spoke to us about the high-stakes drama that ensues.
Investigations are still ongoing into the failures of Operation Odin Sword.
Failed mission resulted in the death of 12 Navy SEALs.
The Terminal List is from a book written by Jack Carr, who is a Navy SEAL, and it's a psychological thriller, character-driven with incredible action that can be very leading and or misleading.
Want to tell me what happened? Somebody fed us bad intel. It was a setup.
Ben Edwards is a guy born and raised on the beach in Venice, California. He plays the best friend of Chris Pratt's character, James Reese. And they both went through BUD/S training together, Navy SEAL training, and both fought overseas together. And he is a guy who basically facilitates the revenge and redemption that James Reese is searching for. And that brotherhood that these two guys share kind of is what drives this whole show.
Whoever set us up, they might be able to fake evidence they can't fake Boozer.
Could have assets killing SEALs in Coronado. That's what you're telling me.
Someone does.
These are guys that are brothers in arms, you know, that go through something that is quite literally unrelatable on so many levels. So, you know, Pratt and I set out to have that throughout the whole show and to work on that through the whole show and to show different colors. And maybe when you think it would go dark, that these guys check in with each other through levity, which Ben does a ton, which was fun to play.
Answers or blood? Blood.
SEALs or anybody in the military, it's not paint by numbers. These men and women are very different. They come all shapes, all sizes, all different personalities, all different backgrounds. So to kind of do a deep dive into Ben was a lot of fun. You know, there is that laid back quality, but there's also a guy that would be relentlessly violent. And I love playing that dichotomy. And it's a guy you can walk by on Venice Beach and be like, it's just another surfer. But at the same time, you just definitely don't want to cross them. And that's fun to play. It all started from the first Zoom. If you don't have that chemistry, it's just the show literally is not going to work, because it really does rely on this relationship all the way to the last beat. Obviously, Pratt does a lot of the heavy lifting. He's an egoless guy, you know, look, he's on fire right now. He's one of the biggest movie stars on the planet, and you can't really argue that. So to come into this and to serve that story with him has been a blast. You know, he's very easy to get along with, no ego. And he was just all for taking risks and throwing improv and kind of just playing around and throwing curveballs to each other. On FNL, sometimes on the bigger films or something that has a bigger microscope, they don't promote risk. They play a lot safer. And I'll take that with me for my whole career, to take the risks and to find that truth and authenticity. So that taught me a lot, you know, and to be loose, man. That's when you're at your best.
So that was a springboard to the career.
This is personal.
I mean, this is a fictional story, psychological thriller. I guarantee you won't see it coming. The twists and turns and the leading to misleading. I think you're going to be entertained, man. I think you're going to be enveloped by the action in this story. It's got a very strong heartbeat, most importantly. And I think it's going to be hard not to binge it.
And a big thanks to Taylor for spending some time with us. That looks good. The Terminal List is available on Prime Video now. Coming up next, Steve Carell's visit here on Today about the latest in the Minions world.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Who doesn't love the Minions? If you haven't heard, the latest installment of the Despicable Me franchise snagged an Independence Day 4-day opening record, brought in more than $125 million at the box office. So here's our recent chat with the man who plays Gru himself, the great Steve Carell.
Check it out, our plaza has been taken over. We've been minionized and we love it. But what are they without the big boss himself, Gru? And we are joined now by Steve Carell, who returns as the supervillain in Minions: The Rise of Gru. But this time, Gru is 11 3/4 years old and just meeting our yellow friends for the very first time. Take a look.
When you guys tracked me down and responded to my help wanted ad, I was like, who are these tiny tater tots? And where did they get so much denim?
Steve Carell, good morning.
Good morning.
We meet again.
I know.
Can you believe that this has had such staying power? It started with Despicable 1, then 2, then the Minions movie. This is, I think, is this the 5th in the franchise?
Yes.
Would you have ever thought this would be the one?
Not until I saw the first one.
Yeah.
Honestly, because it takes like a year and a half, 2 years to do the voice and, you know, all the animation. They animate to the voice. And I thought it's a good script. It's really fun. I love the people involved. But then when you see the final product and what the animators and directors, producers do to it, incredible.
When they first were like, we're gonna have these little yellow guys that wear denim overalls. They have like, some of them have one eye. They speak a language no one can understand, but everybody kind of understands. Were you like, oh, that's gonna be a hit?
Exactly. Yeah, I was like, well, good luck. Good luck with those Minions. That's an ace idea. And yeah, they were geniuses.
Is it the Minions that is the secret to this success, or let's be honest, is it Gru?
It's Gru.
Yes.
It's mostly Gru, I think. No, the Minions, and they've been described as Twinkies or tater tots, little pills. You know, it's sort of incomprehensible to me that it became what it became. But people love them, and I think it's because they're equal parts obnoxious and endearing.
They are, and mischievous. I mean, I love them. That's the funny thing about it. It's like grown-ups like these movies too. You were telling me even your kids who are now young adults wanted to come to the premiere.
Oh yeah, they were so excited. And my son, after the premiere, pulled me aside and said, "Dad, seriously, all kidding aside about this, in a kid's movie," he's like, "it was really good." And I love it because he's an aspiring film student. He's like, "I love the shots, I love the composition, all of the editing, the timing." Like, he really was into the movie as a movie. It was fun to see. The first one came out when he was like 4 or 5, and now he's 18, and so he has an appreciation in a different way.
That's high praise, especially from a teenager.
Yeah.
Like, just to say anything nice about anything a parent is involved in.
Yeah.
Like, good on you. So let's talk. This is Gru's origin story.
Yeah.
I love that it takes place in the 70s because that's just a magical template for them to work on. The outfits, the cost, the music, all of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the music. I mean, it's all a big part of what the nostalgia of it. I think is what's going to appeal to the adults. There is one joke in it about the length of time it takes to dial a rotary phone.
Yes.
That's maybe one of my favorite parts of the movie.
It's incredible. Gru is 11 3/4 years old, which made me think about you in the 70s at 11 3/4 years old.
Yeah.
What kind of kid were you?
Well, I was really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like no nerdy, anything?
No. I had it all dialed in.
Were you a bully kind of too?
No.
Just kidding.
No, I had long hair.
Yeah.
And we called them flares.
Oh, like bell bottoms?
They were bell
kinda?
bottoms,
Yeah.
I had like purple striped ones. So I was kind of rocking the look. Remember Fry boots?
Yeah,
I used to wear Fry boots.
Oh yeah, and were you like a ladies' man? Did the other fifth graders just like you?
Clearly, and still am.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Other than you've been married for like 50 years. How many years have you been married?
We've been married 50 years.
I know, which is odd because you're 60.
27.
I know. Oh, 27 years. I know. Your beautiful wife, your kids. I was thinking about though, like you really got big. You were in your late 30s, almost 40, and I was just thinking about that's a long time to be trying to make it big, to be a journeyman in this business.
Well, I wasn't really trying to make it big. I just a journeyman was great for me.
Yeah.
I was happy making a living. That was the aspiration, just to make a living at acting, and the rest of it was just sort of gravy, really.
What's the best job you ever had? We just had Kevin Ford on. He didn't miss a shift in 27 years, which is so sweet. What's of all your jobs that you've had?
The worst one pops to mind.
Oh, what?
I worked in the produce department of a supermarket.
Oh.
And I had to wrap fruit in cellophane. I don't know why they did it at that point. To keep it fresh, I guess?
It was the 70s.
Yeah. Exactly.
You were 11 3/4.
Yeah, that was a tricky time.
Yeah, and the boxes get all soggy there in the produce department. I know.
And I was terrible at it. At one point, I was stocking popcorn on the shelves, and I accidentally poked a hole in the bag. So I took one of the labelers to put the price tags on, and I sealed up the hole with like 18 prices. And then my manager said, "What's this?" And he peeled it off and popcorn over the floor.
Clean up aisle 5.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you. The movie is a delight. And it's because of you, Gru. It's your origin story. It's all about Gru.
You're just saying that.
No, I'm not. I love you, Gru. And I love the Minions. It's from our parent company, NBC Universal and Illumination. But we'd be saying this no matter what, because it's a fabulous movie and the kids will love it. Thank you.
Thanks. And of course, we should mention that Minions: The Rise of Gru is from our parent company, NBC Universal and Illumination Entertainment. All right, coming up, Harrison Ford talks adjusting to fame during his first Star Wars days.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer, yes.
Only on Today.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, guys. The totally terrific Harrison Ford, the legend. He turns 80 years young this week, and we thought we got to honor him. So we went into our vault and found this clip. This is of Harrison Ford back in 1977 on our show talking about Star Wars as the film was being released alongside his co-stars Mark Hamill and, of course, the late, great Carrie Fisher.
With me are 3 stars of Star Wars. Carrie Fisher, who plays the princess, Mark Hamill, who plays the innocent and brave young hero, and Harrison Ford, the only movie actor named after 2 presidents, who is the dashing, daring space pilot who helps them all escape from danger. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Is that nice to be named after 2 presidents?
It's never come up before.
Well, they're 2 of the most famous presidents in American history.
I'm gratified.
Carrie, did you like playing? This is your first lead, your first princess, your first lead part.
Yes, it is.
Did you like doing it?
A lot. We had a lot of fun doing it.
Isn't it different from anything you're likely ever to do again? Because isn't most of the background put in afterwards, or all these process shots and animation? What did you play against very often, you 3? Were you in blank studios where they put the background in later?
Yeah.
Blue screen mostly. But the thing that...
you mean a big blank blue screen?
Yeah, it looked like a big movie screen that was tinted blue. The thing is, it wasn't any more difficult to imagine gigantic spaceships coming through than it is to drive in a mock-up car where you're being pulled by a truck and where you're supposed to see road, and there's a camera crew and somebody doing the crossword and variety, board, you know. So it's all just using your imagination.
I have not seen, with the exception of Rocky, in the last few years, the kind of audience participation and audience reaction for and to a film that we have for Star Wars.
It's great to sit in a theater and see people really enjoy something like that.
Have you done it? Have you been?
Yeah.
Any of you, have you gone to
Yes.
see a theater just anonymously, just go in as a patron?
It's easy to be anonymous at this point, really. Nobody recognizes us when we go into a theater, which is a pleasure, I must say.
Nobody recognizes you?
Just one guy who'd seen it 12 times, and he
What was
asked
his
me
reaction?
out.
He asked you out?
The princess. No, I first told him that I was the prize, that the 20th Century Fox officer had heard he'd seen it 12 times, and he got a free date with the princess and a bucket of popcorn.
Tickets punched, did you
But
go
he
there?
believed me.
How'd you get this role?
Mafia. It's a lot about mafia, this film.
No. How did you really get this role?
Well, George was seeing everybody that could walk into the office, so I could do that. And I tested for it, and they mailed the test over to George, who was scouting locations in London, and I got it.
She was hired by mail, you see.
How do you do audition for a film in which most of your acting is in front of a blue screen?
Unbelievable the way this came about. I wish I could say I walked in and he said, "There's Luke Skywalker." I walked in, George was having joint interviews with Brian De Palma, who was casting Carrie. Every 5 minutes there was another person waiting just to talk, and I never saw a script. I got 5 pages after that initial meeting in the mail. They said, memorize it, show up, you're going to test with this guy. And believe me, I said, it was never that George Lucas ever said, well, this is what we're going to do. This is kind of he said, let's just do it.
And you knew George Lucas because you were in one of his other big hits, American Graffiti, and very good in that, I must say. You've been in 2 enormous popular successes. American Graffiti is one of the top 25 moneymakers, and this is going to be sky high, you should pardon the expression. You 3 are young actors and actresses, and you work with one of the superb actors of our time, Alec Guinness. What was it like to work with that kind of a master, just like Olivier?
I was shaking when I first met him, and he came to the lobby of the hotel I was staying at so that we could have lunch and get to know each other. And he's very shy. Took a while to get to know him, but as he loosens up, he's everything you would want. He is generous. He wants you to look good. He's humble to almost to the point of being annoying. You can't talk about Bridge on the River Kwai. No, let's talk about your career. So you figure, what should I tell him about a soap opera I was on or what?
Was he like that with you, Harrison Ford?
Yeah. He spent the first half hour of our acquaintanceship trying to get me a flat, on the telephone trying to get me a flat. He's enormously generous.
Wow, what a gem we found right there in that time capsule. Glad we could play that video for you on this, when we celebrate Mr. Harrison Ford's 80th birthday. So there you go, happy birthday. And that's gonna do it for today's Popstar Plus. As always, thanks for tuning in. Tomorrow we're gonna have another great episode for you. So come on back and see us. So long.
Oh, hello to all of our friends out there watching Today in 30. Thanks for checking out Today in 30 on this Wednesday. And it was a busy one here in 1A, starting off with what happened at yesterday's January 6th hearing. We're going to hear the explosive testimony from former members of extremist groups and the possible fallout from a stunning revelation. President Trump accused of trying to call a witness. Our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, joined us in studio with the latest on that. And we also take a look at what's going to happen next. Then it is day 2 of Amazon Prime Day. From the hottest gadgets to some must-have appliances, we're going to let you know which ones are worth your time and your money. And from the best deals to hanging with Jordan Peele, I met up with the Oscar-winning filmmaker known as the mastermind behind some of the most talked-about horror movies in recent years. He's giving us a sneak peek at his new film, Nope. You don't want to miss that conversation. All coming up right now on Today in 30.
NBC's Kristen Welker is here once again this morning with the very latest. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Hoda and Craig. Good morning to both of you. The 7th hearing was the longest yet, lasting 3 hours. The committee trying to bolster its case that former President Trump galvanized the violent mob that stormed the Capitol, insisting a tweet he sent touting a wild event was a call to action. But perhaps the largest revelation came just as the hearing was wrapping up. This morning, new fallout after Republican Vice Chair Liz Cheney dropped a big bombshell at the end of Tuesday's January 6th committee hearing, suggesting former President Trump attempted to tamper with an unnamed committee witness.
President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call.
A Trump spokesperson blasting Cheney, accusing her of trafficking in innuendos and lies without specifically responding to her statement. At the start of the hearing, Cheney aiming to pin responsibility for the former president's actions on him, not outside advisors.
President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child.
The hearing also included new taped testimony from former Trump White House counsel Pat Cipollone.
That I believe he should concede the election at a point in time. Yes, I did.
In one of the most dramatic moments, the committee reconstructing an explosive 6-hour White House meeting from December 18th, 2020, when Cipollone and others interrupted an unsupervised Oval Office discussion between Mr. Trump and outside advisors, pushing false claims of election fraud and calling on the president to seize voting machines.
You're asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence?
The committee arguing this tweet sent hours after that meeting where Mr. Trump called for a, quote, big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Triggered prominent far-right groups to start planning.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action.
Including the extremist group, the Oath Keepers. Also testifying Stephen Ayers, a former Trump supporter charged with disorderly conduct for entering the Capitol. Ayers saying he was following Mr. Trump's orders.
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
Well, the committee also aimed to show there was more planning that went into January 6th than originally thought, saying prior to the riot, Mr. Trump reviewed a draft of a tweet in which he directly called the crowd to march to the Capitol after his speech. Now, that tweet was never sent, but the committee suggested it's just one piece of evidence showing Mr. Trump and his inner circle had discussed plans for him to go to the Capitol after he spoke to the crowds that day.
So, Kristen, here's the thing. 7th hearing so far, a committee announcing that next week is going to be in prime time. That hearing's going to be in prime time. What can we expect from that one? Do we know yet?
We do have some information, Craig. This is only going to be the second primetime hearing so far. It's expected to be incredibly emotional. It's going to focus on the 187 minutes of the attack, a minute-by-minute recounting of how that horrific day unfolded and how the president, for hours, despite the urging of his top aides, refused to take action, refused to call off the rioters. And just taking a step back on a personal note, I was at the White House that day, and I can tell you that a number of staffers actually had tears in their eyes. They were openly outraged and so disappointed that their boss was not taking action. I think the big question is this the last hearing? The committee chair said it's the last one at this point, so stay tuned.
Okay, so some people have been watching all of these hearings and wondering, I see what's happening. What's the point? What's the end game? What do they want as a result? Is this a criminal? Are they expecting criminal charges?
That's the key question, Heda. I can tell you that the Attorney General has said he is watching these proceedings very closely. But will there be criminal charges? Look, these allegations of witness tampering may be the most legally problematic for former President Trump. The committee is trying to show that there was a pattern between the former president and his allies of witness tampering. But I've also been talking to former prosecutors who say at this point they have seen a lot of circumstantial evidence that has been presented at this hearing, but it's still an open question whether there's enough direct evidence, and that's the key, direct evidence against the former president for the Department of Justice to bring criminal charges.
All right, Kristen Welker for us. Kristen, good to see you. Thanks.
Feels like a good time for a boost.
Here we go. All right. How would you, Craig Melvin, pass the time while waiting to jump out of a helicopter? Well, these members of the 82nd Airborne Division in Fort Bragg kicked back. They were waiting for their turn, and then they broke into an a cappella version of the Motown hit, My Girl. Take a listen.
I guess you would say, what can make me feel this way?
Okay, if you're wondering, how are they that good? Well, here's the reason. These soldiers also belong to the 82nd Airborne's All-American Band and Chorus. They perform at Fort Bragg and community events, but you get why they do. They're amazing.
We should get the 82nd Airborne Band's chorus in here.
Yes. Oh, of course.
That's what we need.
Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with today's Can't Miss. I'm sure you remember yesterday, we brought you those the first images from NASA's James Webb Telescope, the most expensive, the most powerful telescope. Well, this morning, we've got some new breathtaking pictures that reveal more galaxies, more stars, and people have been marveling about it, but they're confused. They're like, what am I looking at? One Twitter user saying, space is wild. What am I even looking at now? I have no idea, but I love it. Well, we're going to figure it out because we got our NBC News technology correspondent, Jake Ward. Jake, what are we looking at?
So I know it looks like confetti when you first look at it and you think, oh, what is this? But this is an image. This is the one that came out Monday of a cluster of galaxies called SMACS 0723. It's 4.6 billion light years away. And what this is showing is the ways in which, see all the squiggly stuff around the edges? Those are in fact behind this cluster of galaxies, but they're so far away, it's crazy, that gravity is bending the light around this cluster right here. And this was basically used to show the scientists the horsepower of this telescope, because these objects are 4.5 billion light years away. We've never even imagined, even Einstein literally said, you'd never see what I studied. We're actually looking at his work here. So the bending of light, that's really cool.
Okay.
Let me show you what else we got here. So we also have these new images as of yesterday. And this is the one that for you literally had scientists tearing up, longtime academics freaking out when they saw this yesterday. They were describing it to us. What this is the Carina Nebula. This is about only 7,000 light years away, but what it is essentially a nursery for baby stars. This is a place where new stars are forming and kicking off this outrageous amount of ultraviolet radiation that is carving away at all of these channels of dust. It's just incredible.
We could listen to you all day, and I wish we could.
I know. We're going to rip through them. I know. I just get excited.
It's a hard break, but we love you, Jake. Thank you.
Jordan Peele, one of the hottest directors in Hollywood, and his much anticipated film Nope is about to come out. So before it opens in theaters, I got a chance to sit down with Peele on a replica of the Nope set. It's actually the newest attraction on the Universal Studios Hollywood backlot. Jordan Peele is back, doing what he does best, terrifying moviegoers. The Oscar-winning writer, producer, director of the classic horror film Get Out is preparing to do it again with Nope, his latest pop nightmare. Do you consider this a horror film?
I do consider it a horror film in that horror it's my favorite genre, and I hope it honors horror.
Without giving away too much, and I know you won't, what is Nope about?
It's about a lot of things. The first notion that I latched onto when I was writing this movie was this idea of making a spectacle. I wanted to make a flying saucer movie because I just felt like if we can feel like we are in the presence of something other, if we feel like that's real, then that's just an immersive experience worthy of going to the movies.
I read in an interview recently that you maintain this is not a film that could have been made 5 years ago. Why not?
I think this idea of, letting a black director put his vision into a film and commit to it. Let's put it this way, 5 years ago, I didn't think they would ever let me do that. So much of my career before I became a director was, marred with this internalized sense that I could never be allowed to do that no one would ever trust me with money, enough money to do my vision, the way they would trust other people. I felt that was true. And so here I am, Universal Studios, they've proven me wrong.
A decade ago, a young Jordan Peele, alongside his comedy partner Keegan-Michael Key, kept audiences laughing with their hilarious sketch comedy series, Key and Peele. Today, Peele is one of the hottest directors in Hollywood. He's forged an ongoing partnership with Oscar-winning actor Daniel Kaluuya, who's currently starring in Nope and previously Get Out, Peele's 2017 directorial debut. What is it about working with Daniel that makes it so special?
Daniel, I've said it before, I'll say it again. He's my favorite actor to watch. and to work with as well. We have a shorthand that is just the dream as a director. Yeah, man, that's my star.
And while horror is a key component of every Jordan Peele movie, whether it's subtle or overt, the issue of race is always woven into the plot.
I think it's impossible to make any movie without it being about race because, you know, race is all around us. You can't have black people in a flying saucer film and just have it be the same experience. It's not. There's a different relationship.
You are a biracial man in America, white mom, black father. And some of the themes that we've seen emerge in your films, it would seem from the outside that worldview informs your movie making in a somewhat pronounced way. Is that accurate?
My race, I think, has informed my entire artistic journey. And part of it has been trying to reconcile the box and the boxes that the country puts people of color in, and trying to break out of that box.
Peele has definitely broken out of the box. He gave me a tour of the newest attraction on the Universal Studios Hollywood backlot, a replica of the Nope set. If someone had said to you 10, 15, 20 years ago that Jordan Peele, one of his films would have permanent space here on the lot at Universal, what would you have said?
I would have said, well, then it would have worked. My plan would have worked.
This is part of the grand plan all along.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if I knew to really dream this big, but I did. I did. I mean, when I first came to Universal Studios as a kid, I was just very enamored with movie making. To have a home on a lot, let alone this lot, is just very special to me.
It's not lost on him either. And I mean, here's the thing, we've all been to that backlot.
Sure.
It's Jaws, it's Back to the Future, it's some of the biggest films.
How did they choose, this film?
Because our company is that committed to Jordan Peele and believe that much in his future.
Okay.
By the way, he also said he's got more genre-bending horror films in his pocket as well. So we're going to be seeing more of this over the next few years.
There's so much mystery leading up to his movies that you can't wait
don't know.
to see
You
them.
couldn't even go to a screen. You had to show up in
physically
person to get there.
They did not send an
email. Did you have to sign an NDA?
Yes.
You did?
I signed it, and you can't post stuff. But I think when people see the film, it's one of these films you actually may need to watch twice to fully appreciate some of the metaphors and some of the symbolism.
Which is a brilliant marketing scheme, too.
It's true.
Make twice as much money.
That's true. Nope, from our sister studio Universal, opens in theaters on July 22nd.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer, yes.
Only on Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we are back with an extra special edition of Today's Bestsellers for the second and the final day of Amazon Prime Day.
Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here with us to share the hottest deals on everything from kitchen items to tech.
And, of course, you know what to do. You see the QR code on the bottom of the screen. Just scan it with your smartphone to see all of Adriana's picks. Good to see you, Adriana.
Hey, good morning, guys.
You maintain this is your favorite this morning.
This is my favorite.
A smart plug.
Smart plugs are on sale right now. We've got some simple upgrades that are really affordable for the home, and the smart plug is the easiest one. They're 30% off right now from a brand called Casa. I personally use them all over the house.
How do they work?
They basically work by using your voice to control electronics, your lights, all around the house, and there's even the outdoor one too. So the outdoor one has a 300-foot range, so yes, you could use your voice to control it if you're outside. Otherwise, you connect it to an app. You could set schedules, timers to turn off the lights. I know kids like to leave
you just say turn
lights
on light, turn off light.
Exactly. I have it in the bedroom. It's like, Alexa, turn the bedroom lamp on, turn the baby's lamp on.
But when you say turn off the lights, you got to sing it. Turn off the lights. Right, I can. Okay, sorry.
And then clap.
Wow.
And then,
Wow.
I don't know that song. Sorry. Okay.
I couldn't resist.
With 3 kids, you don't know that song?
Anyways,
it's getting hot in here, so let's talk about a fan.
It's getting hot, so a fan. So this fan is also really cool because it is a smart fan. Here, you need to cool off. It is really cool because you can use your voice as well, and you don't have to walk over. There's also a remote.
Oh, that's got good power.
Oh, yeah, and it's got great
really
power.
quiet.
They're on. It's 30% off, $69.99, but it's really great because it's also super quiet.
It is.
So you've got it going. It's slim design.
Does it rotate?
It rotates. It's got a slim design, which is so nice. It's not going to take up too much space in the house. So you can really put it anywhere in any little corner. I also really love the display. It's not super bright or aggressive when you're trying to
they
sleep.
Get very annoying at night.
Exactly. And again, you could program it with your phone, set a schedule, set some timers so you can keep the energy bill low.
Okay.
Keep your house cool.
If you want to cook professionally, the secret for a lot of chefs, sous vide.
Yes, Al, I know you're the resident foodie.
My daughter Courtney got me one of these.
Yes, these are really great. So sous vide machine. So Instant Pot is the brand that popularized these multi-cookers, and the Instant the Acu Slim that they have on sale right now, it's 30% off. Basically what it does is it circulates water to cook your food at the perfect temperature. So you don't get any hot spots, cold spots. It's kind of like foolproof.
Yeah.
You don't have to hover over the stove. You set it and
Like one of the great things is you could make a big batch of short ribs, put them in these vacuum seals, seal them, and then when you individual servings, put them in here, and it will cook it back to the perfect temperature.
Yeah, it's really
already
great.
cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just set it here with the little touchscreen display. It's so easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, now sleep time.
So this pillow, this is a pillow that the folks are swearing by right now?
Yes, so this is the Casper pillow. It's the original.
The folks who make the mattress?
They make the mattress too, but the pillows are on
That's a nice
sale,
pillow.
and it's a rare deal because we haven't seen them on sale since 2020. So if you've been wanting to upgrade your pillow, do not sleep on this deal. So like I said, it's got a pillow and pillow design. So the inside of the pillow is made to support your neck. It's a little bit thicker, but the outside shell is super fluffy, and it's got this cover that's made with cotton, so it's super breathable. It's going to keep you cool all night, and it's for all sleepers.
This mattress topper I didn't think looked comfortable, but it is really nice.
Okay, so
it's memory foam.
Right?
Yeah,
This
okay.
is
So the
great.
easiest way to upgrade your bed, if you don't want to buy a new mattress or you've been sleeping not great, is a memory foam topper. And this one's from Linen Spa. This brand is so popular. This one, the 3-inch gel infused, has 88,000 reviews, and it's got
88,000.
Yes, people love it, and it starts at $54.59, 30% off for Prime Day, and it's got these cooling effect. You guys have to touch it. You could almost feel
this
it.
feels
You could really
really
feel
touch it.
it.
I'm gonna lay down.
It's really cool, and it helps with the lining.
You're right.
Yeah, it helps with the lining of the
I like
body.
that.
Pressure points.
No.
There you go. Get your fan going.
Adriana, thank you so much. Remember, to get these deals, scan that QR code.
Actually, this is nice.
Or text shop to 34318. The topper comes with Craig. You can also head to today.com/Prime Day. This segment solely featuring products available on Amazon, which has an affiliate relationship with Today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, the Emmy nominations are in. There were some surprises, a couple of snubs.
Oh, and we needed to call one person. That's our pal Justin Sylvester. He's in LA with all the scoop on that, plus some mysterious Spice Girl news. Spice Girls news.
It's a good morning. It is a good morning. Hello to Huma Abedin, by the way, just so you get that out the way.
All right,
you guys, the Emmys are coming up.
Yeah, tell us.
The Emmys are coming up, and guess what? You won't need an almanac. You won't need to Google anybody because you will know every star in every show that is being presented. Julia Gardner got nominated not once, but twice.
Wow.
Once for Ozark and once for Inventing Anna. It's going to be a good night for her. And Squid Game nominated for Best Drama. That is a no-brainer. I mean, that show hijacked the first 5 minutes of every Zoom meeting we were on. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
You're not wrong. I love Hacks. I'm glad Gene Hackman's in too.
Yes.
Aren't you?
Yes. I'm so happy about Hacks. Season 2 was so amazing. And Gene getting that nomination is unreal. But there was one nomination that everybody is up in arms about. I should say a snub.
What?
So Reese Witherspoon was nominated for the morning show, but there was no Jennifer Aniston. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this, but this used to happen a lot when Big Little Lies was on because voters are torn about which A-list actress to vote for. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
but they're friends, right? They're
really
real
good
friends.
friends.
They're really good friends.
Yeah.
They're really good friends. They both produced the show, so a win for either of them is a win for both of them. And let me just let you know something. $2 million an episode, honey. I don't even keep the nomination. I'm gonna take this money.
Exactly.
Okay?
All right, let's talk Broadway because there was some big news on Broadway.
Okay, so apparently the drama isn't only on the stage, but behind the scenes too on Broadway. So let me break this down for you guys. Beanie Feldstein was starring as Fanny Brice in Broadway's Funny Girl, right? Mm-hmm. Well, she announced a few days ago that she would be leaving the show earlier than expected due to production taking the show in a different direction. Mm-hmm. Now, I've sent my, fair share of perma-last emails, but that's not the story right now. The story is, Funny Girl said, "No worries, sis, we are good, we got you." They announced Lea Michele was going to make everyone's Glee dreams come true and was going to take over as Fanny Brice.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, this is huge for two reasons. One, this has been her dream to play Fanny Brice since she was born. Oh. So much so that Ryan Murphy wrote the storyline for her character on Glee, and she famously sang the hit song "Don't Rain on My Parade." So everyone is going to be super excited about this. Now, Lea is set to take over the role on September 6th. Now, tickets are flying off the shelf, honey. It's like the great toilet paper shortage of 2020. You can't find a ticket anywhere, okay? So get those tickets right now.
Okay, we got to talk Spice Girls.
Uh-huh.
Is there a reunion
For
in the works?
real?
What's happening?
Okay, so I love the internet. I really do. But the internet will take a crumb and turn it into
That's
a cake,
true.
and I can't deal with them right now. So the Spice Girls tweeted #SpiceWorld25 to hint at an announcement for their upcoming anniversary album.
Wow.
Now, yes. So
that sounds
everybody's
real.
now. It sounds real. No, it's super real. It's super real. Now, what everybody's speculating is that there could be a reunion at Glastonbury Festival next year. Now, I don't think Victoria Beckham is going to show up anywhere. But I think what this might do is it might give other bands, you know, the idea to get back together. So if Destiny's Child wants to pick up that mic, I would not be mad at it.
No, we love that.
Can you imagine? That would be huge.
Yes.
It would rock the world.
How are your nails?
You know what? My nails are good. I'm just, you know, filing them down, getting ready for this Emmy nomination lunch, you know, just, chilling. And you guys, set your DVRs. The Emmys are coming up on NBC and on Peacock, September 12th. I'm going to be on that red carpet.
Good, that's what I was going to ask. What are you wearing? Something backless, I hope.
You know what? I might do it this time.
Okay, good. Let's get something that fits. We love you.
All right, bye, Justin. You
I
can
love you
catch
guys.
Justin weekdays on Daily Pop on our sister network, E!
Come back and join us tomorrow for another big show. We'll see you then. But for now, enjoy your Wednesday.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pecan Noodle Parlor.
The Pecan first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pecan Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pecan Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey, and what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Jerry Tam runs the Pecan Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pecan's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pecan Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pecan? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for this century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, you know, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, you know, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, you know. A lot of patrons that have been here, they've told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, you know, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, you know, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, you know, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, you know, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good
you.
to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusiony and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage. It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, Everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best of the best.
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to play this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Good morning. Following orders, the January 6th committee lays out what it says was a call to action from President Trump to members of extremist groups.
Basically, the president, got everybody riled up, hold everybody head on down.